covered in them. So you can imagine every one of those covered in eggs on the bottom.
That's a lot of leaves to turn over.
That's a lot of leaves to turn over.
Yeah.
And basically what happens is they hatch, and those hatchlings immediately begin to eat the leaves. They do what's called skeletonizing, where they basically eat all of the leafy matter and you just get left with the veins of the leaf.
Yeah.
That reminds me of about every other shrub in my yard.
And then eventually they go on to through their life cycle. They pupate, they turn into a larva, which goes underground. Then they come back up, and they're an adult. At which point they're eating again, and they're eating the leaves again,
And laying eggs.
and laying eggs. And the hard part about the larva is they will do what's called diapause, I believe is how you pronounce it, which basically means if the conditions aren't right, they'll just stay essentially in hibernation in the ground and then wait till it's nice to come out again.
That's the worst.
So you're thinking, oh, it's a cold snap. Yay, they're all going to go away. No, they just come right back.
I feel like mosquitoes do that too.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Colorado potato beetle can go through up to 3 generations in a season.
Yeah.
So that is a lot of little bugs.
Yeah. Well, I certainly think that if it's possible that we rounded them all up from over here and dumped them over there just to get rid of them. Sounds like that.
Yeah, well, that could be.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
that's the multiplication of those is just like, it's amazing. It's astounding, especially if you don't have anything that's really eating them, no natural predators in that area, no pesticides. If the best you can do is school-aged kids picking off the beetles they can see, you know, you think of, you know, you drop 800, right? And each, 400 of those are females, and they each lay 800 eggs every, month?
Essentially.
I can't do that math in my head.
No, I can't either.
But that's, easily millions really, really soon.
Yeah. And they're very recognizable. They're a very distinct little beetle. They're, I believe, also referred to as the 10-stripe beetle.
Oh.
Because they're kind of yellowish orange, and they have 10 brown stripes across their back.
Okay, actually, I know what you're talking
And
about
they're
now.
kind of decent size. They're about a centimeter long.
Yeah, they're not a little bug at all.
No,
They've got some size to them. And here's a couple of facts. So we talked about how many they can, the eggs that a female will lay. A single larva, and again, this is just hammering the point home on how much they can devour, will eat 40 square centimeters of leaf in a day.
That's okay.
That's a lot of area to be devouring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other hard part about the beetle is it is extremely resistant to insecticides.
Oh.
Meaning that they're very good at adapting. So for a couple of generations or a couple of years, you might wipe them out with one poison, but then they're gonna adapt to it, and suddenly you got to find something else.
Do they only eat the potato plant, the one kind of potato plant?
No, they will eat potatoes, cucumbers. There's something else that I can't think of at the moment. They do several crops, but their favorite is potatoes.
So it's not like you could just rip out this one breed of potato.
Yeah, if you think about it, it's not the potatoes they're eating, it's the leaves.
That's true, yeah.
So it would be pretty hard to switch plants like that.
Yeah.
But I think they actually had some success with DDT, and then unfortunately a DDT resistance strain of the beetle turned up.
Yeah. As it always does.
Yeah, nature's kind of funny that way.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's hop into some theories as to how the beetle got there or what the deal is. So we will go ahead and take the bull by the horns, and we will take on the popular theory, which is that the U.S. did it. The potato beetle is known to have made its way into Germany in the past. I believe it was in the late 1800s. There was a outbreak, but it was contained. They were all destroyed. But the potato beetle was in England. They were known to be in parts of France. So it wasn't as if it had never been on the European continent. But if we're going to go ahead and say that the U.S. did it, here is some of the facts.
We're saying the U.S. intentionally did it.
Yes, that it was an intentional
it was like a bomb
dumping.
drop.
It's essentially biological warfare is what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
But we're going to say this is an early biological warfare program. So some things that did come up is that in that region of the world, the potato beetle normally makes its first appearance mid-July, about that. These fully grown adults were appearing in May, in mid to late May. So that's a full 2 months early. There also were no signs of larvae. So it was just suddenly we have a bunch of adults scrambling around, which if they were going to go through their life cycle, you would think there would have been signs of larvae in the area.
But don't the larvae bury themselves?
Well, the larvae first eat the plants and then dig down and hide in the soil to emerge as an adult.
Okay, yeah.
So theoretically, there should have been some larva signs.
Yeah, okay.
But there were none.
Well, but when the larvae emerged from the soil, have they changed into beetles at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They go through 4 stages. The larva, I believe, is the second stage. So there's egg, larva. There's a third stage where they don't eat.
Pupa.
Pupate, yes.
Pupae.
And then,
how do you say it? Yeah, pupa.
Pupa.
Pupae?
And then they pupate.
Yeah.
And then there's the 4th stage, which is adulthood. There are some places, though, at that time that potato beetles were showing up where they shouldn't have.
Well, don't they always show up where they shouldn't be?
Shouldn't they be nowhere?
Yeah,
really?
that's kind of the way I see it.
Let's see. So in Sweekow, the beetles were found in the square in front of the rail station, which doesn't have any potatoes.
Yeah,
Well, maybe the Americans
place.
put them on a train.
Maybe. Near a dam in Sosa, they were discovered in bathtubs inside of houses. These are kind of weird places for a beetle that normally would go after a plant to appear.
Yeah, but it's also a weird place to get airdropped into.
This is very true.
I mean, airdropping into a
Yeah,
bathtub.
there's that. And also, bugs are kind of stupid that way.
Yeah.
They can,
They do.
They
They
can
do just
show
go
up in the
places.
darndest
Yeah.
places. I mean, it's like, a lot of this stuff got introduced to Europe through just shipments of food from like America, et cetera, and then between European countries and stuff. So if they're infesting a shipment of food that's being shipped by rail, it wouldn't be that unusual to see one in front of a rail station.
That's very plausible.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's the first thing I thought when I saw the rail station. But then at this dam, it seemed a little weird that they're crawling around on the firewood and in the house in the tub. But then again, it might have been a swarm of them that just moved into the area. It's hard to tell.
And you never know.
There's not a lot of concrete facts.
The railroad tracks might run right past the house and the dam. I mean, who knows?
Here's another thing that came up, and I found this in one place, so I can't say how reliable this is.
I love those.
But there is information that says that a leaked report from an American investigative committee was discussing the bad tactics and insufficient preparation of the whole, as an entire potato beetle campaign, and they were criticizing the fact that the spreading of the beetles over the German Democratic Republic had not followed the distribution plan.
I see.
Okay, so this is supposedly an official leaked report.
From an American investigative committee from what? From where?
I don't know. That's the hard part. I couldn't find it anywhere else. Everything I looked for, it didn't surface anywhere else. So I don't know how strong that claim is. Another bit in the Americans did it theory, intentionally did it, is there is information out there about a chemical which is referred to at the time as E838, which was a new pesticide which was being marketed to take care of the potato beetle. So it makes sense, according to this theory, that what you do is if you want to get the German people under your thumb and you want to make them depend on this pesticide and have to purchase it from you, go ahead and introduce the pest. Then they have no choice but to turn around and buy the product from you to protect their fields and their crops.
Did they?
I didn't see anything.
They didn't do that, did
That
they?
didn't work. I mean,
Yeah, I did. Well, no, there was giant campaigns of pesticides being put onto fields. I've watched some of the old propaganda films, and they are driving up and down with tractors and guys using gas and pumping it into the ground and spraying it everywhere. What they're spraying, I have no idea because it doesn't say. Obviously, it's a 3-minute propaganda movie.
It probably made the potatoes really healthy too.
I'm sure that it did.
Very consumable potatoes.
Yes, I'm sure that it did.
Yeah.
Oh,
I guess that might have been the trick, right? You introduce the beetles to kill off half the supply, and then you get the Germans to poison the rest.
Yeah.
You're done.
there you go.
Like
Easy.
Problem solved.
So in other words, under the heading of the Americans done it, there's one, the American government done it, and another one is that Western capitalist companies did it.
Yeah, essentially, I'm lumping them all under the Americans, whether it's the American government or American companies or corporations.
Yeah.
I'm kind of just putting it all under that umbrella.
That's fair. You can kind of assume that, at that point in time, a big enough American corporation could say, hey, U.S. government, I got this idea.
You're going to love this.
You're going to love it.
Just
and
run
then it
with
could
me on
just
this.
be like they're in cahoots at that point.
Yeah, which is easily conceivable because it did happen. I
Yeah.
mean, there's all kinds of antitrust things that came out in that era, so very easily could have happened.
Mm-hmm. But the thing about it is if you really want to push your chemical, and you really want to make some money, you probably want to do it to a bunch of farmers in a country that actually has some money. And East Germany really didn't have any money.
No, it really didn't.
But the biggest hole in the whole idea that American warplanes dumped all these beetles is that like these farmers that discovered all these beetles suddenly in their fields, wouldn't they have also found thousands of tiny little parachutes? Because after all, you can't just dump the beetles; they would plummet to their deaths.
You are amazing, sir.
Yeah.
You are absolutely amazing.
That's the best mental image I've had all day.
Yeah. So that's
so okay.
We're going to move to the next theory here on that note, which is that the Germans did it to themselves.
And this is the most obvious thing because they're the communist countries. I mean, you don't really need to do any work to get them to have like crop failures and famines. They just kind of do it to themselves.
I guess that it makes sense to me.
Well, there's actually some documentation on why this could very well be, and I kind of fall in the same camp as Joe. I kind of think that part of the problem was that they did it themselves. But
I think you are in a place where your people kind of hate a place like the United States, but don't totally hate them yet. So maybe you self-sabotage a little bit and say, look at what these horrible Americans are doing to us.
Or more likely to sabotage themselves through sheer incompetence.
That's totally.
Let's roll back the clock, though. Let's roll back the clock 10 years. This theory, we have to step back in time even farther. So we're going to go to 1940. Germany has invaded France. So they take it over. They're investigating anything that they think is important in terms of industry, capital, you name it, research. They want to find out what it is so that they have an idea of what all their allies are up to.
Okay.
Well, the German military was investigating the Le Boucher research facilities. During that investigation, going through all their paperwork, they found paperwork that was linking intentions of the French and the English to go in together and basically dump potato beetles on Germany to slow down their war effort. If you think about it, you've got a giant war machine. You need tons and tons of food.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Yeah,
no. So obviously, the Germans freak out a little bit. They're not happy about this because this is a problem. So they need to make sure: are we okay? What's going to happen here? As they keep going through the records and they invade more and more France, they keep finding more stuff from this same research facility.
Because they had taken the records elsewhere for safekeeping?
Right. Absolutely correct. And those records gave the Germans a pretty clear picture of how a plan to drop the beetle on them could take place. In comes Professor H. Clue, who was a bit of an esteemed researcher, and he somehow managed to get himself in with the military and get himself in charge of a secret program to look into potato beetles.
That seems like a thing that wasn't so hard at the time.
I imagine it wasn't so hard.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've got the professor here, and he and other people obviously in charge are monitoring reports of their secret agents. So we've got secret agents involved.
Oh.
And one of their secret agents, who happens to be in England, sends back a report, and it's dated April 30th, 1942. And it says that the English have received from the Americans a cargo of 15,000 potato beetles plus an unknown number of Texas ticks. Surprisingly, the Texas ticks just disappeared. Nobody hears from them again.
They escaped.
I'm pretty sure they're in Bora Bora.
Yeah, they took over England.
But this puts them in a full-fledged panic, and they start work because they've got to get up to speed. And in 1942, the Germans establish the Potato Beetle Defense Service.
No, I want you to say that in German.
Joe, are you able?
Kartoffelkäfer Abwehrdienst.
Wow.
Just the long...
Kartoffelkäfer Abwehrdienst, I think is how it's pronounced.
Okay,
Yeah.
and they also went ahead and they set up the Potato Beetle Research Institute. Can you give this in the...
Kartoffelkäfer Forschungsinstitut. Yeah. Pardon my cheesy accent.
Well done.
Yeah, anyway.
Better than I can do.
Yeah.
You know, I think, just as a little aside here, it's actually pretty well known that the British MI5 actually controlled just about all of Germany's agents, if not 100% of them in World War II. Mm-hmm. Because what they would do is they would, instead of compartmentalizing between agents, they'd send an agent over there and they'd say, hey, get in touch with agent so-and-so, or Frau or whatever the guy's name is, or France, and get in touch with France and he'll help you get set up and everything like that. And, he'll give you some handy tips on how to get along in England and everything. So you go get in touch with France. And France had already been caught and turned by the Brits. And so they kept rounding up agents like this. And they essentially controlled the entire German intelligence network inside of England.
So it's very possible that this report was complete and total bupkis.
Yeah, disinformation, yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, what we're saying here is that the English were like, all right, what's the most outrageous thing we can try and convince the Germans of right now?
Well, one of the things you do is you try to get them to waste resources.
Oh, yeah.
If at all possible. Get them to instead of, get them to worry about stuff that you're not even remotely pursuing, and so that they won't defend themselves against the stuff that you actually are pursuing. And just get them to waste their time and to waste resources.
This is a perfect example of that, because here's what happened. So the Potato Beetle Research Institute and Defense Service, both of them got together, and in October 1943, they took 40,000 live potato beetles, and they, via a plane, released them over a field in Spire. Is that how you say that?
I guess Spire.
Spire. The beetles were painted so that they were easier to see, so that the troops in the fields could find them.
Unfortunately, they painted camouflage.
They managed to recover 100 beetles.
Yeah, oopsie.
They did it again with 14,000 beetles this time, and they only got 57 of them back. They then went, okay, well, maybe we should stop using the real thing, and they started using fake wooden beetles, and they didn't do any better. They were recovering the same number of them in the field.
Of just inanimate painted beetles.
Yeah.
They couldn't find these things.
Little
that
wooden
aren't
pieces that they just dropped that were painted, and they could only find 50 some odd out of 14,000. That's pretty bad.
Kind of shot themselves in the foot there.
Yeah.
Although, actually, the little wooden beetles, it might be that the living beetles tried to mate with them, and so you might have actually interrupted the breeding cycle.
You might have. No, you don't. So that's what the Germans did.
So
now,
why did they release these beetles? What exactly was the point?
Well, they were planning on turning the tides and using them against the British.
Uh-huh.
Their idea was, well, we'll go ahead, and if you want to do it to us, we're going to do it to you, and we'll just spread them all over England, which obviously they couldn't gauge how well it worked. Mm-hmm. But they still reported in 1944 to the High Command that they were ready to put about an operation of a massive potato beetle infestation, and all they needed was to have the word, and they would drop them.
Obviously, they were, because even they couldn't find their
obviously,
beetles. So they knew that, like, the English people weren't going to be able to find their beetles.
Yeah, the only problem they had with getting them in there is, like, how are they going to get them over there? They would have to, like,
during a blitzkrieg?
For a couple hours in a plane, I bet they could survive.
The RAF is pretty good at shooting down bombers. I mean, most of so they may be possible.
Well, so they shoot down a bomber, and the bomber crashes, and the beetles,
and all the beetles get out?
Escape from the bomber.
Yeah.
Right?
I can just picture it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, well, that is the end of the Germans did it to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
We've got...
So what you're saying is that these ones that they released, because this happened...
Well, to me, it seems like, okay, well, if you've released, we're in these two accounts, basically 54,000 beetles onto your own soil.
Uh-huh.
Chances are they're going to get a foothold, and they're going to start spreading. And if it's during the war, it may not be noticed. And right after the war, people really aren't reporting what's going on. So if a crop fails, it fails.
I guess the other question is that you said that they do that, like, little hibernation thing if the weather isn't right or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I guess the other question is what kind of weather was happening then? Because if they dropped all those beetles, right, people would have noticed those beetles. And then if they had all the larvae, and the larvae were in their little, like, pause period because the conditions weren't good for, I don't know how long they can survive.
I don't either, to be honest.
But, if they could survive for, 8 years or whatever, which...
I don't know that they'd survive that long, but I imagine there would be enough of them around that they would be all over the place.
There's still food to eat. They would just go through their regular life cycle, just like always, Yeah. So
hard to say. But let's move on to theory number 3.
Okay.
Which is a very simple one. The Germans didn't have enough pesticides, and they weren't using them.
Yeah.
It's a very, very simple theory that post-war, you're broke, you have no money, nobody's giving you much aid in terms of agricultural supplies, so you do what you can, and that's all you can do.
Yeah.
And if you aren't spreading insecticides on your fields on a regular basis to keep down just all manner of pests, go figure, suddenly they just bounce right back and take over.
Yeah, and when you think about it, I mean, something like a factory that would produce insecticides would be a pretty popular wartime target for Allied bombers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so if they had any pesticide factories at all, it was probably pretty inadequate in terms of supply.
Well, and that's exactly it. So it makes sense that they could have just already been there and normally were controlled with whatever pesticides were used. But let's move on to our last theory here, which is just another case of they accidentally got spread there by people.
Yeah.
Because we do this all the time.
Oh, hell
we introduce things everywhere. Like I said before, the beetle had made it to German soil in the late 1880s, and it had been controlled. According to, again, a couple of different sites, there are reports that at a U.S. military base in Bordeaux, the Colorado potato beetle began to infect the area. I'm guessing because, as you said earlier, Joe, they came in on foodstuffs and then just got loose and got a foothold. And according to these reports, they then spread during World War II. They went to Belgium, the Netherlands, and Spain, which all kind of are right near Germany. So it makes sense that they naturally would have just progressed into that country because they don't really care where the border is. All they care about is where the food is.
I was going to ask if there's any kind of record of big windstorms or anything like that happening around this time, if the beetles were just trying to fly to another field or something and got blown by a big gust of wind, or
kind of like the Wizard of Oz.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah.
Oh my God, we're not in Spain anymore.
The weather here sucks.
I don't know if a bit, because they do. I assume they fly.
Yes, they're a beetle, so they can fly.
So I don't know how they travel from one field to another.
I would imagine
they fly.
They would fly,
and if I don't know how far they travel or anything like that, but that could help explain why people weren't seeing signs of larvae or eggs or anything like that, just full form beetles.
Well, I think we've talked about in other stories in the past about there's a giant windstorm and it sucks everything up and carts it 50 or 100 miles and then just boop, drops it all.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that, let's recall the Germans dumped 54,000 of these things onto a field and were hardly able to find any of them, which means these things could be like spreading all throughout your fields and your whole region. And until it reached a certain point, you would not even notice. Yeah. And so apparently these little guys are hard to see even when they've been painted.
Yeah. So that's exactly right. So it's one of those stories that there's all kinds of ways. I personally think that there's no one theory that's right. I don't think that the U.S. did it intentionally. Yeah. I don't think the Germans did it all on their own. I think that it's everybody involved in this story is probably a little guilty.
Yeah.
But we don't know exactly what caused it.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to look for like historical precedent, usually, governments that are incompetent, and they have things like crop failures and famine. They want to blame somebody else.
Oh, of course.
So of course the East Germans want
to stay in power.
Yeah. So that's kind of my thinking.
Yeah, and I think you were saying before when we were talking about this previously before we started recording is that Berlin is in East Germany, right? So there's going to be airplanes that are from the U.S.
all the time,
flying all the time.
All the time, yeah.
So it's not as if this was an uncommon thing to have U.S. planes going overhead.
I mean, I'm sure that American and British and French planes were flying from all points of the compass, or at least from the west, because West Germany kind of semi-encircles East Germany, or did. It's not anymore. And then with Berlin right here smack in the middle. So you could have planes approaching from the southwest, the northwest, the west, and all.
Well, and the
everywhere
Berlin Wall didn't go up for another 10 years. So you know there could be planes that were coming from the other direction too before it became a no-fly zone.
Yeah, and so and I don't really see the motive, right? To be honest with you, for us to do that, because especially given that this is post-war, it wasn't definitively established that Germany was going to be sort of semi-permanently divided at this point in time. It was still a state of tension between the Soviets and the Allied forces, and it still hadn't really crystallized into the form that it finally took with the building of the wall 10 years later, and then many, many more years of repression in Germany and all that. But it wasn't set in stone as of 1950. No. And plus, Europe was still recovering from the war. And so the idea of deliberately, and there was already been a lot of food shortages and famines in Europe because of the war. And so the idea that we would want to go out there and just, make things worse, well,
it doesn't make a lot of sense.
We were kind of trying to get the continent to recover, So that's yet another reason why I think it was probably just it happened, and the East Germans just didn't want to shoulder any of the blame themselves. So pointing the finger at the Yanks.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, that having been said, that's the end of our theories. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, we're going to some of the links to this story on our website. So if you want to check them out, you're more than welcome to. That website is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. We're always looking to hear from our listeners. So if you've got some thoughts on the story that you want to share, or you disagree with something that we said, let us know. We appreciate that.
If you are a East German potato beetle, we want to hear from you.
Yes, indeed. You can always go ahead and send us an email. That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com.
We actually have some listener mail.
We do. That's right.
Well, actually, we get thousands a week. Did one of them stand out?
Yeah, this one was really great. I liked it a lot, so I thought I'd share it with our listeners.
Yeah.
So it's from a woman by the name of Stephanie.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hey, Stephanie. And it just says, hello, I came across your show recently after about a year of hoping a podcast like yours would pop up somewhere on the internet. I like your whole vibe of presenting known information about mysteries accurately and trying to make educated guesses about what happened. I also end up cracking up a lot during your shows. And then she gives us some suggestions of shows that Stephanie, I want to assure you, we're definitely going to take on in the future. I don't know about near future.
I remember looking at those recently, when the ones that she had suggested. So those were good suggestions.
Yeah. So we love to hear from you guys about how much you love us.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm just glad somebody else is laughing at our jokes.
Yeah, me too.
Obviously, we're not that funny, but at least
we think we're
sort of
funny.
Yeah, we're hilarious.
Well, yeah, we fooled somebody anyway. But thanks for the story ideas, and we'll get right on that. Well,
Very cool.
Well, email aside, what else do our listeners need to know?
Well, they can always listen to our show. That's a real key to a
Being
podcast.
a listener?
Yeah.
Yes.
Being a listener.
Now, our website always has the podcast on it, and you can always stream it right through there. We're also on iTunes, so you can download, or if you want, we are also on Stitcher. So if you want to use your mobile phone and go ahead and stream it right there, another option for you. We always make it available.
If you do iTunes or Stitcher, please feel free to leave us a rating or a comment.
A good rating.
Or a review. I mean, if you
Well,
like us,
what
leave
else?
us a good. I'm not going to say leave us a good review, but leave us a good
Leave us-
review if you like us.
Leave a review. We like to hear from you folks.
Yeah.
So that having been said, I think it's time to roll this one up. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and look forward to talking to you next week.
So long, everybody.
See ya.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hey there, and welcome to the podcast. Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I, of course, am Steve, as always, joined by...
Joe.
And Devin.
And once again, we have another mystery for you.
This is an ancient mystery.
It's a very ancient mystery. We're actually going to talk about a historical mystery this week, which is a little abnormal for us. We are going to talk about what happened to the 9th Roman Legion. You might see it called the Spanish 9th Legion or the Legio 9th Hispania. It goes by a bunch of names depending on which interpretation. But before we get into the story, I do want to say thank you to Jason on Facebook because he suggested this to us.
Thanks, Jason.
No, I was really, again, as always, love the listener suggestions.
Yeah, me too.
Freaking greatest thing ever.
Yep.
There's going to be some explanations of several things in a minute. But let me give you an overview of what we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
Somewhere shortly after year 0, that's the transition between BC to AD.
Or CE and
BCE.
yeah, BCE and
BCE.
CE.
I'm going to use BC and AD
That's
today. But somewhere after that transition, the 9th Roman Legion disappeared from the records that were kept by the Romans.
And they did keep a lot of records.
They
were pretty
really
good at
did. And I've seen it. I've seen it in 2 different ledgers. Essentially, I've seen it that they disappeared after the records from 120, and I've seen that they disappeared after the records that were kept in the time of Marcus Aurelius in year 165.
So now that means then that they appeared in the records that were made in 120 AD, and they also appeared in the records that were 165.
They were absent from either.
They were absent
or
from both.
No, either they were absent from the records of 120 or they were absent from the records of 165. Not both.
One presumes if they were absent in 120, they would have also been absent in 165.
Yes,
Just chronologically.
chronological order.
That's
yes,
what I would
that would
think,
make
but
sense.
the set of records in which they disappeared was either
Either or.
120
I see it called out as both. Yes.
Got it.
So that's what's the hard part. There's no evidence of specifically or concrete evidence of specifically what happened to this legion. Did they get destroyed in battle? Were they absorbed by another legion?
Did they get phased out? Budget cuts?
Yeah,
I mean,
we just don't know.
Yeah, was for the Romans, did they have any superstitions? Like we considered 13 to be an unlucky number in our culture.
In my research of the Romans and stuff like that, I never came across that. I know that they had superstitions, but I never saw any of that impacting numbering. I mean, I've looked at the 13th legions and the 21st legion. Like, none of that seemed to apply to them like we're used to it today.
Additionally, one presumes they would have just not ever created
It to begin with. That's true.
Like
because the gods would not have liked that, so why even offend the gods by starting that?
Right, just like we just arbitrarily say, no, there's no 13th floor, it's the 14th one.
Yeah.
That's a thing we do.
We do. We really do. Okay, explanation time.
Yeah.
Because this is where we've got to get in some historical explanation.
Yeah, by the way, the Romans were around a long time.
They were. Here's the dates. Well, actually, you know what? I'll start off before we get the dates. Is that it was a very deep, very complex history, and it's divided into brackets. There's brackets of time that denote the empires.
Yeah, because there was the Republic, the Empire.
There was the Republic and the Empire, and then after that, so the Roman Republic is dated between 509 BC, and it fell because of civil wars, internal conflicts. It fell in 27 BC. From 27 BC forward, it was known as the Roman Empire.
Later, the Holy Roman Empire.
Because it was ruled by an emperor. And the Roman Empire ran from 27 BC to 476 AD. And by the way, everybody, I'm not going to call out AD on all these numbers. If it's a BC, I'm going to call it out. If I don't call it out, it's an AD, because otherwise it's going to get really annoying me constantly calling these AD, because there's most of what we deal with is from year 0 forward. That means that time from when we went to BC to AD. So just to keep it simple and easier for everybody. But the Roman Empire went until 476. And I know that our history buff fans are going to say, well, Steve, that's not when the empire ended. I understand that the eastern portion of the empire became the Byzantine Empire, which ran into the 15th century. I understand that, but the important thing is we're going to focus on year 0 to ballpark year 200.
Yeah, the empire.
The empire. It's all in the empire. The other thing that you're going to need to understand is what is a Roman legion?
Well, it's a bunch of guys.
It totally is a bunch of guys.
Yeah, a bunch of soldiers.
No ladies involved.
Yeah.
Because ladies did not serve in a legion as a soldier. It's not like what we have today where it's men and women. It was that very antiquated model of men only in battle.
Well, it made sense because, you got to wear heavy armor and carry a big old heavy sword and shield and all that stuff. It's obviously something guys are a lot better suited for.
At the time, with the technology that was available. But here's specifically what a Roman legion is. The Romans broke their army up into subunits, and each subunit is what we refer to as a legion. Each legion then was made up of 5,000 men accompanied by a cavalry unit. And I can never get a sense of the size of the cavalry unit, but they had a cavalry unit there.
It probably just depends on how many horses were available.
I'm sure. But
or the terrain and all that stuff. Sorry.
Where they are is going to have a huge impact. Can you have horses? The legions, though, they were kind of a one-stop shop. Each legion was amazingly flexible.
They were the infantry.
They had they would fight the battles. Obviously, they were the guys who swung swords and shot bows and arrows.
And they did policing work, right?
They did policing work, but they built fortifications. They had their own internal command structures. They really were. They were a very small, well-rounded army.
Oh, sure.
Here's an example of what a legion could do. So this is going to jump ahead in time, and we're going to come back to this in a moment. But if anybody has heard of, I believe you pronounce it, Hadrian's Wall.
Yeah.
Hadrian was an emperor who, he came into power at 117. That's when he came into power. He became the emperor. And one of the things that he decided to do, because Rome was in Britain, was he was going to stop the Britons because they were beating the crap out of the Romans, and he built a wall. He decided that they would build a wall, and
from coast to
coast wall, east to west. I'm going to describe it west to east, actually. It was built from Bowness on Solway to, we always get in trouble for, how do you pronounce this one?
Are you sure it's the same one, Tynemouth?
Teignmouth. Is it Tynemouth?
If it's the same one that we talked about.
It's the same area.
Okay,
it's not to the actual Teignmouth.
Teignmouth.
It's to the town of. It's not actually at the town of Teignmouth, but if you're zoomed out a little bit on the map, it's in that area, and the wall doesn't completely exist anymore.
Well, naturally.
And this was not in the beginning a stone wall. This was an earthen wall, which meant they dug and created an earthen barrier. It was a wall, a ditch, and a wall. Eventually, they came back and they built the stone wall on top of it. But they built that original wall in 6 years.
Yeah, that's covering a lot of territory. I'm assuming they pressed a lot of locals into work.
I don't know that for sure, Joe. From what I understood, the legions did the work, but it could be that they said, "Hey, I'm not digging this."
Well, they could have hired locals, or they could have just forced them to work. I mean, there's also that.
Yeah. The whole forced labor thing could completely be plausible. I don't know for sure because I did the basics on the wall, but I didn't actually get into the real specifics.
Yeah.
Because this is just kind of my general example of how effective they were.
Yeah. The Romans actually left a ton of ruins behind in England. I mean, the ones I've seen personally are the wall at Chester. Have you been to the city of Chester?
No.
Yeah. They built, that was originally their fort, their fortifications, and then the town of Chester grew up inside that, and then eventually outside it. But the wall was still there.
Well, we talked about we talked about Jack the Ripper. I was talking about when I was on the Ripper tour and walking inside of the remnants of the wall that's in London. And that was one of the things that I know the legions would have built. And it's a 6 foot thick
Yeah.
They could do it all.
Oh, by the way, if you want to learn more about the Romans and the Roman army, see Life of Brian by Monty Python.
That's not a good reference, Joe. That's not actually a viable
not very
reference.
accurate.
Not an accurate reference.
No,
Thank you,
but
Devin.
it's still worth watching, I think.
Okay.
Okay, back to the story.
Yeah, my final thing that I need to point out before we get into the story is the name of our legion. We're talking about the 9th Legion, but
The ninth, there's
a
other
bunch
ninths.
of them. Okay,
There are
so
other ninths, right?
here's what we have. This legion, as I'd said, it is called the 9th Hispania. Well, that's in a reference to Spain. That's what Romans called Spain at the time, was Hispania. But the thing is, what gets confusing is that, they use that as a training ground, which meant that every legion that came out of modern-day Spain was a number Hispania.
Mm-hmm. And actually, it was Hispania was actually the Iberian Peninsula, so Spain and Portugal.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm generalizing.
This is something, by the way. Sorry to interrupt, but did they raise these legions in the Iberian Peninsula? So were these Spaniards that populated this legion?
I do not believe so. I do not believe that all of the soldiers that were in the legion came from the region that they're named for.
Mm. So
there's a couple of things that
then.
we'll get into about guys who were Roman citizens joining legions and why they would do so, and being in these different legions. But I think it was a training ground, and it was also a place to find talent at.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Roman Empire is that the Roman Empire colonized everywhere that it was.
It was freaking huge.
So locals is kind of a loose term at some point, in the way that, you say there's
the Iberian Peninsula.
Well, or like, in South Africa, people who were originally British citizens whose family have lived there for a while are locals, but they're not, traditionally local.
They're not like.
So
they're not indigenous.
Yeah, I guess is the word that I'm looking for. So it's kind of a hard question to answer. You had to be a Roman citizen,
yes,
to be in the Legion.
No.
You had to be a Roman citizen to be in the Legion. It was a way to become a citizen.
It was a way to become a citizen.
But you had to be a Roman citizen to be in the Legion.
But how if it was a way to become a citizen, that's kind of
You
contradictory.
would sign up and you would become
eventually a citizen. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's not getting into the Legion didn't require citizenship.
Being in the Legion required it, not getting into it. Does that make sense?
So you made a citizen immediately upon joining the
That was always
the
my
Legion?
understanding.
It was not my understanding. Is that it was a stepping stone to citizenship.
Sure.
You had to prove your service to the empire. And and here's something to point out. Becoming a citizen in Rome is a hard thing to pin down because in the 1,000-year actual Roman Empire rule, it changed constantly what a citizen was and how to become a citizen. So these things,
It's not
it
actually.
was an ebb and flow. It flexed around a lot.
Yeah, between the Republic and the Empire, we're talking 1,000 years, and it's hard to imagine that the definition is staying the same the entire time.
Yeah, no,
So we could both be right.
I think we are both right. I think at the beginning it was one, and the end it was the other.
Sure.
But it's okay.
Well, where does Russell?
We're way off track.
Where does Russell Crowe fall in all of this?
No, nowhere.
Russell Crowe falls in about 2 minutes after the episode ends.
Oh,
okay. What I was getting at, though, when I was talking about the 9th Hispania, is that the Hispania part of the name dictates where they come from. The 9th, obviously, is legion number. Numbering the legions is a very common practice. We see it in military practices now where they'll number battalions. Your battalion 1, 2, 3, blah, 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 blah. And then there's some naming convention after that to say that you're from a certain area. This is very common. What makes it all confusing is 2 bits of information. One, how the 9th was written, because it's all, by the way, if you haven't figured this out, because it's Rome, it's all in Roman numerals. It is either
9,
which would be 9, or VIII, which is 9.
Which is obviously a less easy way to say.
It's
9.
a very long way of saying the same number.
Yeah, under the rules of Roman numerals,
it still
acceptable.
works.
Yeah.
But what's also confusing is that legions operated on, there was numbers of legions, and they had different naming conventions based on where they were from or who founded the legion. So you could have the 9th Legion, which would be the 9th Hispania, or you could have another legion, which was the 9th Augusta, the 9th Legion founded by Augusta. Augustus, thank you. So there could be, based on my research of that specific time, somewhere between 5 to 6 legions with the same name, or different names, but the same number.
Yeah, so the 9th, so there were other 9th battalion, or there were other 9th legions that didn't get lost, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we could say that there are 9th Legion A, B, C, D, E, and F. That's a way to look at it. But we're only talking about one of that numeral set that I just ran off. So that makes it even more confusing. And when we get into the things that are dug up, the things that obviously have been excavated about them, that's going to be an important thing to remember.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little bit fragmentary, the stuff that's been dug up about them.
Yeah, fragmentary, that was not a pun, right? Because these things are broken up.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think we've got enough details. I think. Any other details you guys want?
No, that's all we need to know.
Okay, thank goodness.
What do you know anything about their history and when they began?
I do not, actually.
When were they
We
started?
don't know. We don't know exactly when the 9th Hispania was created.
Somewhere between the 7th and the 10th? The 8th and the 10th?
Of what?
Yeah.
Really, Joe? The 7th and 10th of what? No, we've got some dates that we can nail down, which help us figure out how old it is. We know that they participated in the Social War, which was a war between Rome and its allies in Italy, which was in 90 BC. We also know that around 65 BC, they were involved in battles that were overseen by Pompey.
The volcano?
The man.
Okay.
Yeah,
That guy.
no.
Okay.
Of course. It was totally the volcano was in charge.
Yeah, the volcano.
Worst general ever.
Staged a coup d'etat and, took over.
And then we also know that they were, they served with Julius Caesar when he was invaded Gaul, which would have been in 58 BC.
Yeah.
So we've got some...
Gaul being France, right?
France, yes, that is correct. So we've got some before that year zero time frame that I keep referencing. So we know that they're at least 100 years old before that happens. I've got to guess they're older than that, but it's hard to pin down.
Yeah.
Scholars have figured out that the 9th Hispania was in Pannonia, which is modern-day Sicily, which is in Croatia. So they were in Croatia between the year 9 to the year 43.
So if they were there that long, they were probably kind of like doing garrison duty, I assume?
I would guess that. And I've got to think that if they were in that same spot for 30 plus years, that's a serious waypoint, of cycling soldiers through. I can't imagine that it's so much a Spanish group anymore if we're going to talk about that. Well, maybe they requisitioned all their men from where it originally started from, unless they're feeding them in, unless it's a trained ship.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I have no idea. It's like it's probably they would just get them from anywhere, and there's no particular reason. Just the original name is still there, but it's kind of like George Washington's axe,
Yeah.
So probably there were not that many, Iberians in there anymore.
It's true, but after about the year 43, it is believed that this legion was transferred. They went somewhere. We don't know where. We don't know why. And we really don't know what happened after that point. So from there is when we start stepping into our theories about this specific Roman legion.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. There are some theories.
There's a number of theories.
Hang on, let me look through here. Not seeing any chupacabras. Not seeing any aliens.
That's because it predates both chupacabras and aliens, Joseph.
It doesn't actually predate aliens, but that's a different story.
Yeah,
it
aliens.
predates Roman aliens.
According to 2001, Space Odyssey, aliens have been visiting us for like 1 million years.
Okay. Now that we're done with that, I'm going to give everybody a heads up that what we're doing with our theories is we're taking them in chronological order. I'm going to go from oldest to newest.
And that's oldest in terms of when and what happened, or oldest
Yes.
in terms of when somebody came up with the theory?
Oldest in terms of date that it occurred. So, for example, our first theory is centered in England between the years of 108 and 119.
Because it does appear that they were in England for a little while.
It does.
There is some archaeological evidence.
And that's exactly right, because in 1854, York, England, these poor schlubs, this bunch of workers, I don't remember what they were digging, but they dug up a stone slab, turned out to be a meter square, or not square, it was a meter rectangle. I don't think it was a meter thick.
No. Yeah, it was a meter on side.
Yeah,
sort of,
but they dug up a slab that turned out to be inscribed in the Roman language.
You mean Latin?
I guess the Roman language would be Latin.
It
Yeah.
is.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve doesn't know what language is what. Everything is Roman to me.
It's fine.
Well,
I really don't know what I'm doing. You wouldn't think I've been reading that specific stone, now that we're ignoring my stupidity. It talks about the Emperor Trajan. Trajan was a emperor, and he was in that time frame. He ruled, I want to say Trajan was he was 98 to 117, year 98 to 117. So he had almost a 20-year rule.
Which was long for a Roman Empire.
It really was, because emperors got assassinated
real
a lot.
fast.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were prime targets.
Yeah.
A lot of poisoning going on. But it talks about the fact that they were in Britannia. I believe is it Britannia or Britannia? Britannia? I'm going to say Britannia. Britain. They were in Britain. They were in Britain, and the key point is that we know it's Trajan, which means we know that the time frame is in the emperor's rule.
His tenure.
His tenure.
And they had a date on the slab, too.
They had a date on the slab.
And they mentioned themselves, didn't they?
Yeah, exactly. They do mention themselves. And it wasn't the nicest time. Well, to be honest, for the Romans, it was never a nice time to be in Britain.
No.
They paid hell the entire time that they were in Britain. That's one of the reasons that Hadrian's Wall was built.
Yeah, the Brits were not particularly grateful for all the cool stuff the Romans did for them.
No.
Yeah.
No, they really didn't like them. Not a good thing. Well, the Brits and eventually the Picts, because when we get into the Ireland, that's where the Picts were at, and they hated them even more.
Yep.
And was a lot of people died.
Mm-hmm.
Lots and lots of people died because of this invasion. And you know what the stupid thing is? I've read a lot of accounts. It made sense why the Romans conquered where they conquered around the Mediterranean. Do you know why they appear to have invaded Britain?
No, why? They like the food?
Nobody really does. It just seems to have been kind of a political, I'm going to expand the empire move.
Yeah, let's get bigger.
Because Caesar was one of the ones who did it.
Yeah.
Julius Caesar.
Yeah.
Well, that's the more territory and people you rule over, the more you can collect in taxes. And
Yeah,
tribute
that's
and
a
stuff.
great point.
Typically, the empires back in those days, like the Ottomans are a good example, they didn't actually exercise that much, nearly as much control as like the Romans did. They usually just like set up a government or whatever, and then just collected taxes, and then the people out in the provinces could really kind of semi-govern themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as they sent in their tribute, then it was all fine.
Yeah, it's a great point. So we've got that stone slab.
Mm-hmm.
We also have another bit of evidence that says or shows that the Ninth Hispania was in Britain at this time.
It does appear that they were.
We actually, well, we do have one good piece of evidence that shows that the Ninth Hispania was in that area in that time frame, the 108 forward, the year 108 forward, and that is a guy who would eventually become a Roman senator. And Devin, you are better with this than I am when it comes to Latin, Roman, Italian.
Yeah, Joe and I were talking about this. I think it is Lucius, not
Lucius,
not
Lucius.
Barbulius Legionarus.
Okay, so what's his first name? Lucius?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ligarianus.
We're going to stick with Lucius because that's easier to say.
Yeah.
He is believed to, as a young man, have served with the Ninth Hispania as of the year 115.
Okay.
There was a practice among young men who wanted to move up the political ladder to serve with the Legion. Because that got you kind of some street cred. It got you, you put your time in, you proved your service to the empire. That would then allow you to move forward. And there's some problems with this because some men would serve with more than one legion. But what he did specifically is he was part of the military tribune, which, is it tribune or tribune? Tribune, thank you. What this did, you can almost think about this in the United States. We've got the House and the Senate, and they're theoretically supposed to balance each other.
Yeah.
This military tribune was supposed to help balance the Senate.
Yeah, Rome was a pretty militarized society, so it makes sense that there would be a military component to their government.
And then a civilian Senate. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, the thing is, of course, then he serves, but like I said, there are times where a guy would serve with a couple of different numbered legions, so it's possible this is going to get messy when I explain it, so I apologize. He could have served with the Ninth Hispania. He could have served with the Ninth something else.
The ninth inning.
Or he could have served with another numbered Hispania. So we've got three possible combinations going on here, which makes it really tough. I don't know. I don't know which it is, but I did. I want to explain something, or I want to share with something that I came across that I found amazingly interesting, and I'm really kind of peeved at my history teachers for not explaining to me about Rome. We all know that Rome was the big deal. They were the hot shots.
Oh, yeah.
Rome...
That's an impressive bunch of guys.
It was an amazingly impressive bunch of guys. And when you think about it, and you take a look at a map of Rome, say in the year 100, they owned the Mediterranean.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean literally owned the Mediterranean. North to south, they went from Egypt to England, and west to east, they went from Spain to Iraq.
Yeah, they pretty much controlled all of North Africa.
They held it all.
Yeah.
And they did it in an insanely short amount of time. The Romans, roughly, this is a rough date, they started expanding from Italy around 50 BC. As of about the year 100, they owned pretty much all of it. That's an amazing rate of progress, especially when you figure ships and horseback. That's how you get around, other than your own 2 feet.
I just looked up the interesting fact. It was 54 countries that they owned at the height of their supremacy.
That's massive.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Here's the great thing that I found, and I love the article that I found that pointed this out because this is what I never understood, how they made it so rapidly through places. Rome was conquering other city-states or civilizations. They weren't settling or taking over small areas. They were taking over nations. So let's take Macedonia, for example. Okay, Macedonia had a pretty big, footprint. They went in, they conquered the Macedonians. Well, they conquered the central power structure of Macedonia, therefore they owned all of the areas that it owned. Those people are a civilized people. They're used to dealing with the laws of a governance. They're used to paying taxes. They have to follow rules. Like, they're used to how it works. This all is kind of, status quo for them. They may not like the Romans, but that's not the point. The Romans, once they won, they took it all. Well, now let's contrast that to when they expanded past that point to, say, Britain or Ireland or Germany.
A place that's just tribes.
Yeah, exactly. Warlike tribes to boot.
Warlike tribes who were loosely connected but not centrally organized. So the Romans run in and they think, well, we're going to take over the central government and we're going to own it all. But none of those tribes rule the others. And by the way, none of them like the Romans. So they all fight back. They all revolt. It's constant guerrilla warfare. The legionnaires, the legions, they're used to one style of fighting, which is your army is over there, my army is over here, and we say 1, 2, 3, and we run at each other, and whoever's standing at the end wins. But guerrilla warfare doesn't work like that.
No. It's sneakier than that.
Much sneakier, but having gotten used to that way, I mean, the Romans got a little comfortable. I'm not saying that the wars that they fought were easy, but they got used to this is how it works. We go into the big city, we conquer the city, and for the most part, things are easy at that point.
It was a bit of rule of war, right? It was kind of like, well, these are the rules of the war, so we're going to play by it. And, wait, no fair, you're not playing by the rules. Hey, I guess there isn't a referee. Never mind.
For the Romans, the rule of war was that in the spring you got ready and you marched out for war. In the summer, you fought. In the fall, you finished the battle and then you went home because you rested in the winter because nobody fought in the winter. That just is how it happened. For all these other tribes, or these other, these rougher, the savages or the barbarians, as the Romans called them, that didn't apply. They didn't care. It was December, and they would launch raids, and they would attack. And so the Romans were really scrambling the whole time. They got themselves nothing but pain for those later expansions that went into those areas.
Yeah, and I mean, kind of a waste of their time. They lost a lot of men, but they left behind some cool artifacts. Again,
huge casualties, but they did build some kind of decent decent. Would it be the aqueducts and the roads? Is that what you're referring to,
or
just
some of the
anything
walls,
in general that
walls,
they built out of stone?
The walled cities that they built, Hadrian's Wall, the baths at Bath, England.
Yeah,
I mean,
been into those. It was pretty cool. You can't bathe in those though.
You can't really.
No, they won't let you.
The hard way, didn't you?
They're an historical kind of thing. Yeah.
You tried, didn't you?
Quiet, Devin.
Yeah.
I didn't get that fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, so because they were stationed in England, I know this is one of the theories, and they were confronted with these savages,
the Britons,
as we know the Brits to be,
Yeah, the Britons. The Britons destroyed them.
Yeah.
Is this theory? Is that they were there?
They were destroyed, and they just never got reconstituted.
Correct.
Yeah. So anyway, that's a popular theory. It was popularized. Some woman whose name escapes me right now wrote a book, a novel, like back in the 50s about that.
Is that the one that was turned into that movie, The Eagle?
Yeah, exactly. And,
yes.
And it's a very popular theory in Britain, and I don't know that it's true.
I put that in. I put the movie The Eagle in my queue, and I was gonna watch it, and then I stars, which really kind of told me something about how good the movie was, and possibly how good the story was, and so I never went through it.
I can understand why it'd be popular in the UK, though.
Well, in the UK, it's we triumphed over the giant Roman Empire. We beat them back. I get that totally.
And
kind of the reason that Braveheart is so popular in Scotland.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's definitely not Mel Gibson.
No.
Let's move to our next theory.
Yeah.
We're now going to move to the year 117 to 130.
Okay.
This is a bit of an extension of the previous theory. We've talked about Hadrian before. I still can't figure out which way I'm going to
Let's
say
just
it.
say
I go
Hadrian.
both ways, but Hadrian.
I like Hadrian better.
That guy threw the Roman armies or the legions at the Brits, and he killed a lot of men because he just continually just threw them into the grinder. Well, it's known that he was constantly having this battle. Obviously, we talked about the wall he had, which was a fortification that he had constructed. It's then plausible that maybe the ninth was there, and there's actually some historical record that may support that the ninth was there during his reign. That specifically being some tiles and plates that were found. There was a tile that was found, a roofing tile that was found, a ceramic tile found in the Netherlands. And then followed by that, there was a roofing tile and then a plate found in northern England. The tile from northern England has a stamp in the back of it. And by the way, that was found in 1938. And that stamp in that ceramic says LEGVIIIH, and that's it. Then we've got the plate from 2010, which is also ceramic that has a stamp in it.
Found in 2010.
Found in 2010, yeah.
Sorry.
Found in
No, thank
2010.
you. That's good clarification.
And that's the one that was found in Britain or in the
North
Netherlands?
Britain.
North
We're ignoring the Netherlands for
Yeah.
the moment. We're only talking about Britain. The plate that was found in Britain has a very similar stamp. It has LEGVIIIHISP, both of which are interpreted to mean Legio Ninth Hispania, the Ninth Legion of Spain.
Yeah.
The roofing tile that was found in the Netherlands, though, is not so conclusive, and the reason is that the end of it is broken. The end of it where we've got up through the numerals, and then we should get into the characters, the letter characters, that's where it's broken.
Okay.
And the first character that can be read, that first line of it is actually at an angle. So if we think about this, an H is straight up, the first line of the letter H would be a vertical line.
Yeah, yeah.
This one is at an angle.
Diagonal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which suggests that it
An
would
A.
be an A,
Sure.
which would mean it was the 9th Augusta,
Yeah, now
which is
to-
a different legion.
Yeah, and like to explain to our listeners, one of the theories that was out there is that they didn't disappear from England. They were just transferred out and sent somewhere else, i.e., the Netherlands. And so, yeah,
Yes and no.
yeah, and the discovery of this stuff gave rise to this theory, but it appears that they probably didn't get relocated to the Netherlands. Correct?
Well, no. See, the problem is that we don't know, A, if it was the entire Legion that went there or if it was just a company or a part of the Legion that got transferred there. That's the problem.
Yeah.
The legions would do this. They would send detachments to support another legion. So Legion A is getting its butt kicked and it's lost a bunch of men. So we say, hey, the Emperor says we have to send you 1,000 men. We send you 1,000 men. Those 1,000 men still consider themselves part of the 9th Legion,
Yeah.
Yeah.
even though they're with the 7th Legion.
Mm-hmm.
So that is where it gets weird because they would still leave record of their group regardless of the whole that they were officially courting the Empire in.
So it's not clear if the Legion itself was maybe stationed at, say, the Netherlands and that they just sent 500,000 men over to help in Britain or...
1,000 men, because a legion is 5,000
Sorry,
men.
I meant 500
1,000.
or 1,000. Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Or, if the actual Legion was in Britain and they sent a contingent to the Netherlands
Correct.
for whatever reason?
Yeah,
Okay. Or they all went both places.
Yes.
Got it.
It could have been that they can been divided up into several areas because here's the thing. Yes, Rome took over and for the most part in general things were good. But they used the legions as their police force because not everybody was happy with Roman rule.
Well, of course.
It never is you come in and you take over a people and they welcome you and everybody loves you.
Yeah.
That just doesn't happen.
No.
So what would happen is, and they would send small detachments. That is because later emperors learned from the mistakes of earlier emperors, where there would be a battle or an uprising in one area. They would take a legion from another place and they would move it there to support what was going on. But the place that they had just now left unguarded would rise up, or somebody would try to invade because they didn't have that supporting policing force anymore.
Sure.
So the smart thing is, don't move all of it, all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
You shift bits and pieces around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, and so they might have sent some forces over to the Netherlands, or maybe somebody from the 9th, joined some other legion and just took some souvenirs along with them. Could have been as simple as that.
A roofing tile and a plate is a weird. Okay, a plate I get. A roofing tile is a weird souvenir because usually you make it, you stamp it, and you use it. Tearing it then off of the roof and taking it with you would, to me, be the equivalent of taking the light switch plate off of my apartment and taking it to my new apartment. That just...
You've never done that?
I don't know. For me, it's more of a, hey, my house got destroyed and now I got transferred. I'm going to take a piece of my house and make it a part of my new house. I mean, it's possible. It's not as though
it is.
Things weren't getting destroyed.
It's absolutely possible. I'm not going to discount any of that.
But again, the only real evidence that they got transferred to the Netherlands is basically a thing that could have been a different 9th Legion anyway, right?
Yeah.
And that's about it.
We don't know.
Yeah.
But let's move to the third theory, which is that the 9th Legion, this is a little bit, again, these kind of fall in line, was absorbed and or relocated. And this says that they were moved to a stronger legion and then absorbed by it. And the specific instance that we can point to is the fact that in Caledonia, which is modern-day Scotland, the 9th Legion was almost completely wiped out.
Yeah.
This would have been the year 82 to 83, by the way. They absolutely got their butts kicked. It was another group that came in that barely saved them, and there wasn't a whole lot left. There's also evidence that the 6th Legion, and I don't know which 6th Legion, I couldn't see it called out, was also transferred to northern England, and it also then disappeared. So it's been debated whether those two were combined into a new number legion. So the 6th and the 9th were then commingled into...
15th.
Probably not
that
the 15th.
Works.
It's probably not math. Unfortunately, it's not basic math, but we'll go with that.
Okay.
They were commingled into a completely different number, and then subsequently, they were destroyed.
Yeah.
Poor guys.
Britain is kind of like the Bermuda Triangle for these guys.
The Bermuda Triangle of Roman legions.
Yeah.
The only thing that I will say when we talked about the transfer thing, the only thing I can think of that might substantiate that is if there's an officer from the 9th Hispania, they get wiped out or transferred and absorbed, he's still loyal to his group, then they're making these tiles or plates, and he goes ahead and says, you know what, I'm going to stamp it in their name in remembrance of my fallen brothers.
Yeah.
That's the only instance where if this is right, this would make sense,
Sure.
the evidence that we picked up.
Sure.
Then the next two theories are really all about destruction, and it is absolutely the destruction of the 9th Hispania.
They're all kind of about destruction, aren't they?
These ones more so than others, because the other ones could be they kind of maybe got disbanded or petered out. I don't know. These ones are all pure kill. Straight up kill. Second to last theory here is that in the year 132, there was a uprising in what is now known as, in modern day times, it is Israel Palestine.
Israel or Palestine.
It's kind of
politics.
a gray area. Okay.
Yeah, it's that little country at the far eastern end of the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
It's right there.
That one.
This uprising was known as the Bar Kokhba Revolt, and that was the revolt where the Jewish people of the area, they totally rose up against the Romans with absolutely justifiable reasons because there was huge religious persecution going on, and they inflicted huge damage on the Romans. But this theory says that the Ninth was sent to that area to reinforce the legions that were already stationed there, but they were defeated. Through heavy casualties, the entire legion was killed by the local forces. Mm-hmm. And the men that remained of the Ninth were then disbanded. There wasn't enough of them to even matter, so they just, go home.
What sort of evidence is there for this one?
Well, there's evidence that, the uprising happened.
Well, yeah.
And it's called the Second Jewish Uprising. Yeah. There was one prior, and this one is where they boxed them about the ears. They really kind of did them in.
Yeah, but
and there's a lot of deaths on the Roman side.
Yeah, but the Ninth Legion was actually there. Did they find any remnants of tiles or plates or anything else? See, this is the reason I don't believe this one is because they own the whole Mediterranean. They had lots of forces much closer to Palestine than England.
You know specifically which one?
Yeah,
that would be the 22nd.
Yeah,
I'm going to butcher this unless you can help me out with it, Devin. I'm going to say it's the Diotariana.
That's close enough, probably.
Sweet, because I have to say it one more time later on.
Diotariana. Diotariano?
Tariana. Okay,
Diotariana.
The 22nd Mordor Division was based in Egypt, and it was documented in the Roman records as being in the area at that time. Here's the key point. The 22nd Legion, who we're talking about, they disappear from the record books just like the 9th.
Huh.
So, we don't know whether it was the 9th or the 22nd, or both. And I have to say that if it was both of them, that is one of the largest Roman defeats in history. 2 legions decimated is unheard of, and there's only one other defeat that was worse. So you think that would have been better recorded and well known.
Yeah, you would think, huh?
Unless they were trying to, hide the casualties.
There is
trying to play it cool and say, no, we didn't. We got defeated, but it wasn't that bad.
Let's just, hey, you wrote out all that on that stone, right? Throw that over the hill. We're just going to break those. Just break that. Break it up.
It actually is, especially back in these days when you have, long lines of communication, things like that, and resupply. If you're the Empire, it's a really good idea to maintain this facade of invincibility. So you definitely want to suppress any bad news like that.
There's a lot of information suppression in the Roman Empire. I've seen things about how the emperors didn't know what was going on. The soldiers didn't know what was going on, but there were certain political elite who had the fleet-footed messengers that knew and controlled all that. And it's a lot like what in the Cold War, where there was people who didn't have a clue and the people who thought they had a clue. And then there was that guy in the middle that had all the messengers running around. And there was a lot of things that came out in the wash later on. And that's what we get now, is we're able to find a bunch of that correspondence.
Mm-hmm.
Our final theory of what happened to the Ninth Hispania is that it was destroyed in the Parthian War. Between year 161 to 166, our good friend Marcus Aurelius, he didn't believe or didn't agree with the Parthians. Actually, to be quite honest, the Parthians and the Romans had been arguing for a good 50 or 80 years and had a number of wars. But Aurelius had committed to the Parthian War in 161, and this is in what is, for a geographic reference, this is Iran today. That's where it happened.
Yeah, the Persian Empire.
Yeah, the Persian Empire. Exactly. The Parthian army, it is said, surprised and then surrounded a Roman legion and annihilated it. That legion, we don't know what it was. Nobody can find reference specifically to what legion it was. There's legions that we know that were in the area. There is the 12 Fulminata and the 15 Apollinaris. Those were both in the area. But there are also records of those legions as of the year 200, so we know they can't be the ones that were destroyed between 161 and 166.
Well, actually, do we know that for sure? Because there's no reason that...
They couldn't have re-raised it?
They could have, they could have basically restarted the whole thing. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the Romans had, maybe they had some sort of a custom. It was kind of like retiring your shirt from the NBA or something like that, where if you were totally wiped out, they would just retire your number and your name.
That's the impression that I've gotten from the stuff that I've read, is that if and when a legion was annihilated, they didn't reuse it. It was almost an unlucky number.
Mm-hmm.
So the third Apollinaris was destroyed. We don't restart the third. We go ahead and say, well, there's 12, so we'll make the 13th.
Yeah.
That's the impression that I've got, and I could be completely wrong.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me, really.
Back to the theory. The theory is, and by the way, this theory is really soundly based in, if you remember in the beginning, I talked about the two dates of records. One was the year 120 and one was the year 165.
Yeah.
This is set on that. This one is the only one that hinges on that 165 record date. And it says that, of course, that the ninth Hispania was the lost legion in the Parthian War, and that they were moved into that area and that then subsequently destroyed. But people who were disagreeing with that, those folks, which one of you could say this again, because I can't, is that the 22nd Diotenaria, which I know I just said wrong.
I think it's Dioteriana.
Yeah, that one.
But
that
I'm sure I'm mispronouncing it
that's
too.
That's fine, but that legion was the one that was destroyed by the Parthians. Well, the problem is which one was actually destroyed in which battle, because we just said that people are saying that they were destroyed in the Bar Kokhba revolt, and now this is saying they were the ones that were destroyed in the Parthian War. So it either means that there's a chance that the ninth Hispania was destroyed in one or the other, but it's extremely unclear. And I got to be honest with you guys, I love this story. I love historical mysteries because there is so much stuff to dive through, and there are so many interesting facts that I come across that I can't go into. I mean, it's a treasure trove. But the point is that it's a group of thousands of men over decades. I don't know which one to pin down. I can't pick a favorite because, I mean, we just talked about, 40, 50, 60 years?
Yeah.
A group that was 5,000 men a year over that time frame, that's a lot of people.
Yeah.
So I personally, I've never been able to settle on this. I don't know about the pair of you, if...
I tend to think that they probably were chopped up pretty bad in England and probably were absorbed by different units, different legions, and then because I don't see any evidence for them appearing in all these miscellaneous different places.
Oh, I know what happened to them. They were conscripted to assist the Doctor in the battle for the Pandorica opening.
Yeah, the Doctor.
What is this?
And which one of them was,
canon.
the one that's the centurion that stood with the key?
Rory Williams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
No, I don't know. I think
For
they
reals,
probably.
though.
I think they probably were just. They were just destroyed.
One
of the many. I don't have a favorite way that they were destroyed. I think they just were.
I mean, the only thing, I don't think they were destroyed in the early time frame I talked about. I get the feeling that Hadrian is probably the responsible party, but that guy. Again, I couldn't find death tolls, but he threw them like buckets of water at the Britons.
And I would suspect they're not exactly like restocking their ranks during this time. You know, if they're kind of just being thrown into battle, it's not like there's going to be 5,000. They're going to be dwindling.
And even 5,000 continually, yeah. No,
Yeah.
It's probably an ebb and
adding
flow.
people to that. They'll just send new legions in.
Yeah, but it might well be that if they had some bad luck and they got chopped up a couple of times really bad, then word gets out, and
like the Caledonia War. Where they almost completely were annihilated.
Yeah, and then and word gets out, and the brass might decide, hey, you know, it's these guys have got a reputation for bad luck or incompetent fighting. They're always getting like massacred, so it's not going to be easy to recruit somebody to this legion. So we're just going to phase it out. Whoever's left will either retire or move to another legion.
That's happened in many military organizations. So it could have been that's a great idea. Is that it's just phased out. They went. This group always dies.
Yeah,
we're just going to stop. We're just going to stop.
These guys are just bad news bears, man. They're just bad luck. Yeah, and so we're just going to just phase them out. And, so that's kind of what I think happened.
Awesome. All right. Well, that is all we have on the Night Hispania.
If you're a ghost of one of those soldiers, please email us.
Have you ever met it? No, I'm not even going to go
Don't
there.
even.
Yeah. Okay. Well, for everybody who is corporeal and you want to know what we have links on our website, and we have this and all other episodes available to stream on our website. Website, of course, is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. I did get a great email or comment the other day on Facebook. We always kind of joke that nobody listens on the website. Turns out a bunch of people do. So, hey, listen to us on our website. Use up that bandwidth. We are on Facebook. We have the group and the Facebook page, which is continually busy and fantastic fun. We are on Twitter. It is Thinkin' Sideways without the G in the middle. You can, of course, get a hold of us on our email account. You've got questions or suggestions for future episodes, get a hold of us at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. By the way, I apologize to all the people who I am been a bit late to reply to.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
sorry,
because it is getting a little insane.
It
There's
is.
a lot. We get a lot of emails, folks.
It's,
that doesn't mean we're trying to discourage you. Please, we'd like your emails.
No. I
Just
just
be
want
patient with us.
I just want everybody to. Yeah, exactly. Please be patient. and I'm telling people, I'm sorry, I'm tardy. We are also letting everybody know that we are on Patreon. That is spelled patreon.com/thinking sideways. If you want to support the show, that's a way to do it. Go to that address. We've put up videos and all that kind of stuff.
Explaining everything.
Explain the whole 9 yards to you. That having been said, we are at the end of this particular episode. We are going to go ahead and get out of here because this studio is disgustingly hot, and I really just want to go take a shower.
Well, yeah, me too. A cold shower. All right. Well, this is Devin saying bye-bye for this week.
Always.
And this is Joe saying ta-ta.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
What I did like is I saw that picture of Beyonce now that she's pregnant with twins.
Oh my goodness.
I have the same body as her.
Yeah, she does look a little Polish right now. All right, are we good to go, Marcus?
We're good to go.
All right, welcome to the show, everyone. I am Ben Kissel, staring at Marcus Parks. The other one, he's over in Los Angeles.
Let me out! Let me out!
Are they holding you captive over there?
No, man. They're trapped in here with me. My neighbor, I think, has been having some sort of like war against me because of the way I record this podcast inside of the second bedroom in our apartment. And it does sound like what Natalie's described is that it's a monster screaming at himself.
Right.
Inside of a small, tiny room that I imagine he hears every word of.
Yeah, I'm sure. Very thin walls in those apartments.
So in his sort of weak LA fight against me, I hear him turn up his television like at night. And I was like, oh, you can't beat me that fucking easy.
No way.
Because I'm literally fueled by the power of Satan himself.
Yeah. Well, you know
and
what?
I'll gas the whole family. I'll go pull a line, and then they'll have to go run screaming out of there.
Absolutely. And you know it's really escalating if they start putting hummus on your doorknob. That's a typical Los Angeles revenge. All right. Well, speaking of, I guess, revenge to some degree, let's go on to Jack the Ripper, Part 4, The Suspects. My goodness, there's a lot of people who could have done it.
Oh, it could have been anyone.
But apparently it was not the fat guy from Nuns on a Road. But, you know, that's ridiculous.
Did you know he's Hagrid from Harry Potter?
Yes, and apparently he was also in From Hell, so it all kind of works out.
There are countless possibilities as to who the real identity of Jack the Ripper is. Or it could be a lady, Jill the Ripper. We didn't even talk about that today because that's a whole other book. That's a whole other entire book.
Intersectional. That's good.
It's good. I'm glad we're open. We're inclusive here. I do, though. I am so happy to upload this information out of my head.
Oh, God.
And into the show.
I am so pleased that we are at Part 4 of Jack the Ripper, The Suspects. Let's get him.
Pin this fucker to the wall.
Well, this is how they got the Central Park 5 arrested. Okay, let's take it easy a little bit. Let's look at some evidence.
I want my victim.
We're going to start with one of the more far-out theories. We're going to start with the royal conspiracy.
Now, there's been many royal conspiracies, and the fact that most of the various sires of the royal family in the UK are visibly mentally handicapped.
Absolutely.
There's obviously been several conspiracies, just to begin with, just to keep the basic secret that fucking Prince Ebby can't tie his own shoes, but he'll certainly suck his own dick.
Yeah, that was the whole thing with Prince William and Prince Harry. Everyone loved them so much because they were the first royals born with their feet going the right direction.
And the new one, what's his name? Not Prince Harry. Who's the guy that's going to be king?
I don't know. We don't know.
We don't know the royals?
Good Lord.
I don't know.
That's for our British listeners to tell us.
The one that's married to the fucking version of Katie Holmes.
That's William. That's William.
That's William.
Okay. He's getting ugly.
Yes, he is.
He's starting to look like his fucking father because he's getting his head is spreading. He's getting the buck teeth. His teeth are colliding in front.
Absolutely. So keep in mind what the royal family looks like right now and imagine them 10 times uglier because Prince Charles was probably fairly attractive back in the day, but the Jack the Ripper might have very well looked like him now.
He might have. So Joseph Sickert, son of the famous painter Walter Sickert, who was also a suspect, claimed in the early 70s that the entire Jack the Ripper affair was a conspiracy perpetrated by the English royalty to cover up the birth of an illegitimate child fathered by Prince Albert Victor Christian Edward, known to his friends as Eddie.
Or Ebby. I've also heard Ebby, which is good. You're going to see because Ebby or Eddie was known as the slow child in the royal family.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and when Eddie was born, the doctor just said, "Oh no." It seems as if we'll have to create a serial killer to get the attention of our deformed son.
Yeah, Eddie was rumored to be, at the very least, mildly mentally challenged. He had an unusually long and thin neck, and he hid that by wearing long starched collars, which earned him the nickname Collars and Cuffs.
I'll tell you one thing, Mother. I don't mind them calling me collars and cuffs because it's certainly better than spaghetti neck.
Yes. Can you pick your head up, son?
I wish I could, but it seemed to be my spine is as weak as my neck. Dearest, please bring me some sort of stick that we can tape to the back of me because I am simply soup with shoes on.
The non-stop British royal family inbreeding. They deserve every deformed child they get.
It looks like the tech is done. I've accidentally rubbed my own forehead against my penis. I must be completely erect.
You are indeed erect and you're not wearing any pants. Could you go upstairs? You're embarrassing the royal family.
Okay, could you please just stop me at the top and push me down like a slinky?
And that's where the slinky was formed and created.
So the story goes that Eddie was sent to the painter Walter Sickert, who was a close friend of the royal family, so Sickert could take him under his wing and keep an eye on the boy. Presumably, keeping an eye on him had to do with the fact that Eddie was a notorious bisexual.
Can you imagine being sexually accosted by this dude? You can't say no to the royal family, so if you're a guy...
Give it up. Show your baskets. Show your baskets and snakes. I'm ready for the bit of a licking because I'm the prince and I'll get what I want.
You're going to kill me. Yeah.
So Sickert lived in the East End, and Eddie, while on one of his jaunts, met and fell in love with a Catholic shop girl named Annie Crook. She was soon pregnant, as Eddie probably didn't think to pull out. The two were secretly married and moved in together. Eddie, being a little slow, for some reason didn't think that his mother, Queen Victoria, would notice that her son was now living with a Catholic wife and child in the East End, and as the royalty was none too popular at the time, a scandal of this magnitude might have brought on revolution.
Mother, I couldn't possibly be homosexual because I'm making love to this prostitute. Isn't it wonderful? I'm a daddy. I'm a daddy like Daddy was.
Yes, you are.
Annie Crook, to be fair, was not a prostitute. She was just a shop girl who worked on at a tobacco shop.
But now this is...
She's not a prostitute. There goes my lance right away. Turning from a lance to a rope, it does.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So the Queen asked her Prime Minister, the Marquis of Salisbury, to take care of the problem.
The Marquis of Salisbury. I just picture her covered in brown gravy that we don't quite know what the hell is inside of it, what makes it. Disgusting.
So Salisbury organized a raid on Prince Eddie's love nest on Cleveland Street and captured Annie Crook. They then enlisted the help of the Queen's physician, Sir William Gull, who attempted to erase the poor girl's memory, a process which allegedly drove her insane.
And this is where it would have been really helpful to have the Men in Black, Will Smith and the white guy, show up with one of their magic pens.
But also, we have a little bit of, there is historical context in U.S. history, if you look at the MK Ultra programs, as they did do attempts to erase people's memories, and they destroyed their brains using, the psychological, basically filling them up with uppers and then bringing them down and then keeping them up all night. You can fracture a person's memory really well. But this is where we're starting to get into weird territory about the Masons and who Dr. Gull really was.
Mm-hmm. Also, Dr. Gull, the lobotomy was first starting to be played around with over in Sweden in 1888. So it's possible that Gull may have taken a page from their book and done a little bit of a knock-knock on her frontal cortex.
Well, absolutely. The old carpenter's trick. I don't think that the people who got lobotomies would consider it playing around. Something about it, just when you're jamming a nail up someone's skull like they're Jesus's palm on a cross.
So this is supposed to be a game?
This is fun?
This is like a funny game?
This is fun? Weird.
I don't really consider the back of my head a fucking net.
No.
Guys.
Strangely enough, you just built a new memory of horror, actually. I can remember more things now than ever.
But this whole story is really well put together in Alan Moore's From Hell.
Yeah.
Which is, if you look at it, it's got in the back of From Hell, which I'm in the middle of reading on right now. Again, it's fucking fantastic. It's tremendous. It's absolutely the most tremendous.
Oh, don't! I can't. No, he cannot do this.
It's got a glossary, about 100-page glossary in the back that basically this whole story was pieced together from a book called Stephen Knight's, I believe, is called
Jack the Ripper.
Jack the Ripper: The Final Solution.
Well, that sounds like a really horrific conclusion. The final solution.
So William Gull came in, Lord Salisbury came in. They got Annie Crook, but who they didn't catch was Alice, the actual child that started this whole mess. At the time of the raid, Alice was in the care of Mary Kelly, who in this version of the story was an orphan rescued from the poorhouse by the artist Walter Sickert and was at the time serving as nanny to Eddie and Annie's child. And after the police had come and gone, Mary left the child at a convent and returned to Whitechapel, where she fell into the old cycle of drink and prostitution once more.
The good times.
Yeah. I just feel like there were a lot of babies left at convents back in the day.
Oh,
like newspapers just thrown there on the steps.
But as we know, Mary Kelly had some loose lips when she was in her cups. And
that is a double entendre, indeed.
And she spoke more than once about the royal conspiracy that she had inadvertently been a part of. And there were 3 women in particular who were listening to those stories night after night: Mary Nichols, Elizabeth Stride, and Annie Chapman, 3 of the Ripper's eventual victims. And it just so happened that these women owed money to some local street toughs.
Now, the idea is that if it's true that they all knew each other and hung out, the concept is that they were gonna make this plan, right? They believe that the reason why these people were starting to get murdered, the uptick of murder that was happening in Whitechapel, was because of these street gangs, and that they started believing within the community of prostitutes that they were killing people who owed them money. That they were deciding to basically, we're clearing everybody's debts by murdering you.
Well, I mean, it had some truth to it because Emma Smith, and the Emma Smith part, this is actually a matter of records. The Emma Smith who kicked off 11 murders that we know as the Whitechapel murders, she was beaten to death by 3 street toughs who were trying to extract money from her.
And this story is actually quite cute if you think of the street toughs as cartoon Rottweilers and pugs.
You see, that is how you always make it cute.
That's how you make it
cute. Is that what kind of dog plays the prostitute?
Oh,
which in my
a Maltese.
Cocker Spaniel.
Oh my goodness. I guess they got to live up to their name.
So this group of Whitechapel prostitutes, they owed a debt to somebody who said that they owed the money, pretty much paying protection. So they figured the best way to pay their debt was to blackmail Queen Victoria into giving them hush money to prevent them from blabbing to the press about an illegitimate Catholic royal baby.
That easy.
Just that easy.
It's that easy. And then from hell, the idea is that they talked to Sickert as sort of their proxy.
Yeah.
Because Sickert was helping Prince Ebby, who was walking around like a fucking human slinky, and helping him try to be a normal guy, sort of like in the movie House Guest.
Yeah. No, it wasn't long before Prime Minister Salisbury caught wind of the plot, and so he called on Sir William Gull, who had done such a smashing job on Annie Crook, to once again take care of the problem. Gull decided the best way to do this was not just a simple series of murders or even just disappearances that were carried out quietly. He decided to use this prostitute hunt as an excuse to perform a gigantic Masonic ritual that would be known the world over.
Yeah,
it's fucking, it would be killer. If it's true, it would be an awesome fucking really dark, horrible ritual, but it would really work, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at From Hell, there's some weird connections, right? Why in the fuck would they have used Sir Gull? Because at the time, he was not actually Queen Victoria's doctor. He was one of the royal doctors that was around. So what they say is the part of the Masonic twist here was the fact that he was a Mason that was chosen by several people with the police to be the dude who got the job. And that, according to From Hell, Dr. Gull then went ahead and decided, against everybody's wishes, to turn it into a Masonic ritual, because the Queen didn't want to actually be connected to anything so bloody and disgusting. But Gull was like, now's my time, as what happens with anybody who becomes the Masonic surgeon to the Queen.
Or it could be that it wasn't Sir William Gull who had the idea to make it a huge Masonic ritual. It could be that he was ordered to make it a huge Masonic ritual by none other than Lord Randolph Churchill, father of Winston Churchill.
Well, there's no way that that's not true. That is 100% true. Sir Gull sounds like the kind of guy who freezes soup so he can lick it.
It does. It also just sounds like another character that could have possibly been voiced by John Candy.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, Stephen Knight, who wrote Jack the Ripper, The Final Solution, said about the Masonic angle, if Masonic supremacy appears in jeopardy, it is reestablished by a show of strength, by crimes of violence perpetrated to demonstrate the continuing power of Freemasons for the benefit of brothers abroad. Crimes of violence would have been committed to reestablish Masonic authority in the eyes of Masons everywhere. See, the Masons were a part of the establishment, and the establishment, as we said earlier, was somewhat in trouble at the time, or at the very least was in a precarious position, and the murders of these women would show the entire world that the Masons were still in charge.
I think if they could just look into the future a little bit, they would change the term final solution. I just
Yes.
really, it just
No, but that book was written in like 1985.
No, so, yes,
he
no.
probably could have. He probably should have thought about it.
Yeah, just so the comparison there isn't so good.
It's very interesting because it's also kind of like The Sopranos. It's like the mob. The idea is that you come in and you show everybody that you really mean business, and we'll kill these 5 prostitutes, which in the end is a really weird show of strength because they should have just killed a bunch of police officers. If you really want to do it, you just kill a bunch of police officers.
Yeah, but the problem was that so many of the police officers, the people in the upper echelons of the police department, were Freemasons.
Right. And did Sergel have a love affair with his therapist?
I don't think he talked about his feelings.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I don't think he kissed his wife very often.
I don't want to think about it.
That's a British thing. That's a British thing where they don't touch.
Well,
they don't hover. I always remember that story. Our friend of ours told a story about how she dated a guy from the UK for a little while, and the big thing is that every time he came, he'd go, sorry.
Well, I guess that's fine. They don't have any lips, which makes it difficult to kiss. It's more of a teeth thing, and that's uncomfortable. But.
Now, some say that Sir William Gull was taking his orders, as I said, from none other than Lord Randolph Churchill. Although the Freemasons deny Randolph was ever a member, Sickert maintains that not only was he a member, he was also the Magister Magistrorum.
You shitty Gandalf.
He sounds like, dumpy Gandalf.
Now, Lord Randolph, like so many of our suspects, suffered from syphilis and naturally blamed prostitutes for his condition. You are going to hear the word syphilis more than you ever thought or wanted.
So every time you hear the word syphilis, smack your coworker in the face.
You could do that, or be thankful you don't have syphilis, or if you do have syphilis, remember that you have it.
Remember.
Just remember.
And because Randolph was syphilitic, he was also impotent, and so his wife began to step out on him. This instilled in him a hatred of women, and so covering up the royal conspiracy in the most brutal way possible was the perfect outlet for Randolph's twisted desire for revenge.
So this is all boner-related stuff, huh?
I mean, most things are boner-related.
All right.
Most things in history.
Yeah.
All of history is boner related. And if you look at what From Hell and what Alan Moore talks about a lot is that these rituals, a lot of the times we're talking about strengthening the power of men over the female energy of the moon-based religions that used to control this area of the UK.
Right.
Okay.
So there's a lot of hate against women specifically. I mean, as always, but this was a very concentrated time.
Okay, so right now, the theory is they wanted to cover up having a disabled child, and they want to cover up this guy not being able to have a baby.
Not at all.
Not.
Yeah, well, no.
A prostitute's child.
No, it was not a prostitute at all.
They're not all prostitutes?
Absolutely not. They are not all prostitutes.
Okay.
Annie Crook was a shop girl who worked in a tobacconist shop who had an affair with Prince Edward. She was a Catholic. Eddie was a Protestant. It would have been a huge scandal for a member of the Protestant royalty to marry and have a child with a Catholic woman.
Right.
So the Queen got Lord Salisbury to cover up the entire incident.
Okay.
That's where we are.
Lord Cube Steak came down and he said, we've got to wipe this out. Even though technically a royal marriage can be annulled if the queen said, I didn't say that you could get married to that person.
Yeah.
So she could have just ended the whole thing writing a piece of paper. But instead she said, kill these prostitutes.
Right.
Or Lord Cube Meat said, let's go and kill all these prostitutes.
Right. So let's go.
Or it was Sir Randolph Churchill.
We don't know.
So let's go through some of the Masonic links. Catherine Eddowes, the fourth victim, was found in Mitre Square. The mitre and the square are tools of the stonemason and are emblems of Freemasonry. She was also the recipient of facial mutilations in the form of upside-down triangles, which could be an echo of the compass on the Masonic logo. You with me?
Yeah.
Or he was just trying to make a really gross-looking clown face.
Yeah, I was going to say the world's first juggalo.
Then there's leather apron. While the killer did not wear a leather apron, it sure so was reported in the press quite a bit that he did. And is it a coincidence that Masons wear aprons as well? This could have been a rumor pushed by the Freemasons to signify to other members what was really going on.
Nice.
Then there's the message. The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing, which was found written on a building right above a bloody piece of apron belonging to Catherine Eddowes right after her murder. This is a possible reference to the three Jews, spelled Juwes in Masonic lore. Those three Jews were Jubela, Jubelo, and Jubilu.
Did they?
Three Masons who murdered their Grand Master, Hiram Abiff, during the building of Solomon's Temple. You look like you have questions, Benjamin.
No, I just...
First of all, whatever question you ask, you first educate yourself.
It's just the names all start with the religion that they were part of.
Yes, and also this would be the first time in recorded Masonic history that someone decided to be hip and called them the Jews all in one go. No one else had ever called them the Jews. It would just seem like some guy at some point. It's like calling somebody it's basically saying lit. Oh. It's like saying he made it cool to be like the Jews are the ones that have to be blamed. These three do, but no one in recorded history ever said that. Also, I found an alternative theory about the apron and the bucket. This guy wrote in the essay book Jack the Ripper, the Mammoth Book of Jack the Ripper. And this essay, hold on, I'm trying to find the author. Who blames a fisherman named Carl Feigenbaum, Trevor Marriott. He says there was common practice for prostitutes to shit in aprons and leave them everywhere.
Oh, the old Dookie surprise. Carl,
so
wait, why? Why? Yeah, no, you can't just say that without saying why.
He just said it. He just said it.
Well, I mean, I think that sounds that's a fun thing to do back then.
He said they couldn't get to toilets, so they would shit in fabric in their own clothes. They would cut off pieces of their clothes and shit in them. Because they said that the piece of apron was covered in blood and shit.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe she was on her fucking period, and then she perioded and shat into an apron, and then they just left it on the street.
Yeah, but why was she carrying that around with her?
Well, why wouldn't you?
Memories.
Yeah. Think about it. Just the world's saddest runaway.
Think about it.
Just a bag full.
Just think about it.
Fucking Dookie and blood. Don't you want a sandwich to take with you? No. I have a bag full of Dookie and blood. I will be fine out here on my own.
Well, there's a further connection to Jubelo, and Jubilu. Their punishment after they killed Hiram Abiff was to be mutilated in much the same way that Jack the Ripper's victims were, by having their bodies ripped open and their entrails thrown over their shoulders. 4 of the 5 Ripper victims had their throats cut from left to right in accordance with the Masonic Entered Apprentice penal sign.
Also, you're supposed to mime blowing a dude getting into the Freemasons, and that's not even a joke. You're supposed to subjugate yourself to the master by getting on your knees in front of them, and a part of it is that they're supposed to be nude under the apron. That is not fake.
Wait,
so
and literally,
wait, hold on.
It's a symbolic filleting of the people above you.
So you got to go through that whole thing, and then at the end, you got to fake blow the guy.
Yeah.
Do you have to make like a noise like?
If you're a good fucking Mason, if you want to be a magistrorum, then yeah.
But you don't actually do it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It depends on the style of the Lord Magistorium.
Like strange final task, but...
Well, those 4 victims that had their throats cut from left to right, that also echoed the legend of the 4 crowned martyrs, which is an important part of Masonic mythology. But you might be asking, if it echoed the 4 crowned martyrs, why were there 5 victims?
One was a suicide.
Ask the question, Marcus. Answer it.
Well, unfortunately for Catherine Eddowes, the 5th was a mistake.
Oh.
If you'll remember, the night Catherine Eddowes died, she used the alias Mary Kelly when she was arrested. So Gull, alerted by his connections in the police department that the ringleader of the royal plot had been found, he decided to finish the whole thing in one night and give Catherine the full Masonic treatment, thinking he was sending the biggest message of all, which is why Catherine Eddowes, despite not being a part of the plot that the hypothesis that Stephen Knight put forward says,
right,
that's why she got all of the Masonic symbols and whatnot.
Well, you got to choose your alias very well. That's why if I ever get arrested, it'll be like, I'm James Woods, and everyone will treat me with immense respect. And
I am Leonardo DiCaprio.
There's no way I'm not.
But when these people finally did catch up with Mary, she would get it worse than all of the others combined, which was more of a message to the people of Whitechapel than it was to the Freemasons. Anybody who might have known anything about the plot, they would look at all of the women that were murdered. They would see the extreme cruelty that Mary Kelly went through, and they would keep their mouths shut.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't say anything remotely close to something that Mary Kelly said if that was the outcome.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, there is another Masonic tie-in that I think is really interesting, but this is mostly, it comes from hell, and also it's posited as a real occult finding within the streets of London is the architecture of Nicholas Hawksmoor. Now, Nicholas Hawksmoor was a royal architect that was assigned to build something like, I think it was 50 churches, but he ended up building 12, and they were all within line. And what they say is that if you plot them along certain maps, right? If you do it and you mix that with the victims and where they were placed around the UK, that they form a pentagram. They form a star. Now, I was looking at a map of it, and it does loosely. You can make it be a star, if you're looking to make a ritual out of it, right? And what he did was that he was a Mason that was technically he was developing these churches, but he snuck really intense pagan symbols into these churches, like putting obelisks on top of a church. Instead of like the traditional altar, he would make it look like a weird Greek circle, like grotesque animals on the side of it. Very interesting, like off center. All of this stuff kind of to show clues that he's putting weird little like subversive messages into his churches. Now, there's idea that Sir Gull used the positioning of the bodies in the pentagram alongside like the ley lines that these churches and different little architectural bits made in order to, what they say is, give blood to the stones and create a gigantic power ritual, which was again to subjugate the feminine spirit.
Yeah,
in order to propagate the male power drive, the sun-driven obelisk.
Subjugate the female spirit, and to usher in the 20th century, which was admittedly a time of intense violence, a time of murder, a time of war. Some could also say that this very same ritual could have been done to JonBenet Ramsey when she was murdered, to usher in a new sacrificial age that we are in the middle of right now.
Well, 9/11. Get with the fucking program.
Well, I don't know why you're invoking 9/11.
Pull your car over, quit your job, go to the UK, and start getting some rocket launchers and take out these churches.
You're gonna do that, huh?
Take out the churches.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned From Hell. Did you know the fat guy from Nuns on the Run? He was actually in the movie From Hell. Isn't that something?
Yeah. Today's episode is brought to you by Casper Mattresses. The Casper is an obsessively engineered mattress at a shockingly fair price. Supportive memory foams create an award-winning sleep service with just the right sink and just the right bounce. Time magazine named it one of the best inventions of 2015. Try Casper for 100 nights risk-free in your own home. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund you everything. Casper understands the importance of truly sleeping on a mattress before you commit, especially considering you're going to spend a third of your life on it. They got free shipping and returns to the United States and Canada, and with over 20,000 reviews and an average of 4.8 stars, it's quickly becoming the internet's favorite mattress. Right now, you can get $50 towards any mattress purchase by visiting www.casper.com/LEFT and using the offer code LEFT. That's casper.com/LEFT. Use the offer code LEFT. Terms and conditions apply. Now, there is a tiny bit of truth here. Possibly, maybe, a tiny bit of truth. According to Nigel Cawthorne, author of the Mammoth Book of Killers at Large, Annie Crook really did live at 22 Cleveland Street, where she gave birth to an illegitimate daughter. That did actually happen. This Cleveland Street address would have been quite handy for the bisexual Prince Eddie, as 19 Cleveland Street was a homosexual brothel at the center of the Cleveland Street scandal of 1889, where it was discovered that the aristocracy was bugger and telegraph boys on the down low.
Oh my!
Now listen, I'm trying to wear these fancy new platform shoes that my friend Lightning gave me, but it seems to me my ankles can't support the weight of my legs. Could you pour me into a barrel and take me to the nearest boy?
Just roll him down the street, I guess.
Yeah, actually, there's some who say that Prince Eddie himself was the Ripper, driven mad by a hatred of women and, again, syphilis.
I hate you. I hate you and how perfect you look in your corset. My breasts I've got bananas. That's what they've been called. They said my breasts are like bananas, and they're shameful. They're disgusting. They look terrible when they're squished.
Oh, good banana boob is always fun.
Prince Eddie, your rendition of Prince Eddie really does sound like a villain in The Invisibles.
Yes, I like it.
Like the guy that's the assistant
idea, right?
of Sir Miles. Oh dear, I've shot him again. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I just feel like society, if they would have let him just be gay, he probably hates women because people forced him to be with them. I think he probably could have been a great beard for somebody. Or
no,
whatever.
It's not true.
Oh, he loved it?
All of this is bullshit. None of this is real.
Oh, is that
None of this is real.
Oh, none of this is real?
No, none of this is real. I mean, for example, like Eddie, he was 500 miles away at the time of 2 of the murders.
But he had a long neck, so he's really only 50 feet away from anything.
So you're saying he's like a rapist Stretch Armstrong?
Yeah, yeah, he always went into every room face first.
Yeah, and the Gull story, William Gull, he had suffered a debilitating stroke about a year before the murders began, which would make it impossible for him to be the agile Jack that we know the killer to be.
I've been watching a lot of the WWE Network, and Jim Ross, who is one of the best commentators in history, also suffered a stroke, and he was back a year later.
He looks like that. I know that commentator. Do you ever see the Muppet Christmas Carol? The Ghost of Christmas Present in that has a flat plastic face with fucking gray lips. That's what he has.
Well, I don't know. I think it would be kind of fun to have half of your face droopy and the other half normal, because then you can be like Two-Face.
Yeah, but...
And you can say, good me, bad me.
Yeah, but I don't think... Imagine... Actually, you know what? That is that's a very useful way of thinking about it, because William Gull was probably about the same age as Jim Ross when Jim Ross had the... Actually... Gull was probably about 20 years older than Jim Ross was when he had the stroke. Yeah. So try to imagine Jim Ross now killing 5 prostitutes and then running away. Imagine Jim Ross.
I thought you were going to say
very, very easily.
I thought you were going to say Jim Ross watching the Ripper kill Mary Kelly and be like, well, that's a slobber knocker. My.
Honestly, but there's truth to the fact that, that's the idea, is that he also had help with his driver. He had a coach driver that was with him and possibly propped him up, where it was like, bring me closer to the guts. And then he would just like move his leg back and forth and help his hands swish back and forth. Like that. Do it like that. Oh, there's the kidney. What a wonderful surprise. It's sometimes I open up these prozzies and I'm just so surprised they're not filled with candy.
So we had like a Cato or a Morgan Freeman from Driving Miss Daisy type?
No, we also know that while Annie and Alice Crook did exist, Eddie is absolutely not the father of Alex Crook, as he was hundreds of miles away when the baby was conceived. We know that from birth records.
Did Maury Povich weigh in?
You are not the father. Oh, that's absolutely lovely, because I was extremely scared of the fact that I could make love to a man long enough that he would have a child.
Strange.
But speaking of that baby, Alice Cook grew up quietly in the convent where Mary Kelly had allegedly dropped her off. Alice ended up marrying the painter Walter Sickert, who gave birth to Joseph Sickert, and it just so happens that Joseph Sickert was the source of almost all of this, much like Jeff Mudgett, who bullshitted his way through claiming his ancestor H.H. Holmes was actually Jack the Ripper, which is also not true.
Interesting.
No way. There's no way he just needed money. Right. And he had no skills and nothing to offer society. And so he threw his fucking family under the bus.
That's what I'm thinking. It's such a strange thing to be like, no, I guarantee you my grandfather was a serial killer. I'm not going to, why would I make that up? Of course
and I will be paid to say this. Now, the other thing is, though, Walter Sickert did a very interesting thing as a painter, is that he painted these really, kind of thoughtful pieces about prostitutes in the Whitechapel area. That's where these kind of stories came from, is that he had made friends in that neighborhood, and because he would use prostitutes as subjects, which is actually pretty common, but he would do these weird sort of things where their faces would be all mashed up, because I guess I don't know what the term is. There's an artistic term that is like, it's supposed to feel like a thing and not be a thing, like it's not portraiture.
Impressionism?
Yes. That's exactly it. And that the face would be all messed up. And so there are a lot of modern ripperologists that go on to say the reason why he does this to the faces is because it's symbolic of what the Ripper did, and he knew who the Ripper was.
Chunky painting. That's kind of what it is also. Ripperologist, yes. Love that term.
Now,
created by Colin Wilson, who wrote the Poltergeist book, was one of my favorite favorite occult books of all time.
Yeah, well, Colin Wilson also wrote the book on the Black Monk of Pontefract. Colin Wilson is one of the greatest occult writers of the fantastic writer. So the
huge ripperologist, which makes him a fucking unbearable nerd.
No, the closest anyone of the time came to any suspect at all comes from an actual document known now as the McNaughton Memo. Ooh. Sir Melville McNaughton was the former chief of Scotland Yard's CID, and in a private handwritten memo, Melville outlined 3 suspects that for years have been the subjects of speculation. The first is Montague John Druitt.
So, listen, I was looking up. So, where do this is like a famous piece of evidence in the Jack the Ripper lore, right? This idea of this memoranda that he wrote naming these 3 possible suspects. He wrote it in response to the fact he was defending a man named Thomas Cutbush, right? Who was
so you're named after your great grandfather who did what for a profession?
He just slaughtered that bush. It was like technically a very bad name for a gardener.
Yes.
But Thomas Cutbush was being arraigned for stabbing women in the butt. And they were trying to pin the Jack the Ripper crimes on him, and he says, no, he's not. These are the 3 people we think it might be. He just likes to stab butts.
You know, that is a strange phenomenon. It happened in New York City about 3 years ago. There was a random butt slasher around as well.
Slasher.
Yeah.
Yes, strange.
I remember that. So, Montague John Druitt, the first of the 3 suspects. He was a London lawyer whom McNaughton said was suspected of the crimes by his own family, saying that he was privy to, quote, private information that McNaughton did not disclose in the memo.
Super private.
Everything was very private. And now this is like the weird X thing in every one of the ripperologist suspect algebra. That is the thing that's hard to describe because they keep saying, well, if these cops and certain members and certain investigators had private information, they didn't publish it. So we're just going to bank on the fact that that's the proof is in that cloud of gray. The proof that we need is in that term, private information, and that you can then use that to basically turn anybody into a suspect.
So this is an upstanding member of society as well.
Well, really, the only thing linking Montague to the murders was the fact that he committed suicide soon after the Mary Kelly murder by jumping into the Thames River with stones in his pockets to weigh him down. Now, it was said that Montague suffered from, quote, sexual insanity, but the reality is that Montague was most likely just gay and was being blackmailed at work because of it, and for some reason his family thought it was better that he was remembered as Jack the Ripper rather than just some lawyer who happened to be gay.
It's really sad because he was a teacher and a lawyer, which you have to be very smart to be both.
And
but they were
strong to carry around all those stones in your pockets. Good. It's a good core workout, good for your thighs and your glutes.
Yeah.
Now, the next man in the memo is Michael Ostrog, described by McNaughton as, quote, a mad Russian doctor, a convict, and unquestionably a homicidal maniac. Ostrog was not a doctor, and no evidence connects him to the murders. He was just a terrible person hanging around Whitechapel at the time.
But most people were.
Yeah.
I mean, but there were some who were really bad.
The worst ones, which is just like, that's it, because as a base, everybody's rough.
Oh, yeah.
You just go from either gross to bad to potential serial killer to actual serial killer.
Yeah. Well, you get the feeling the grossest ones were probably the happiest. They were in heaven. They were in their own version of Mortville, from Desperate Living.
Yeah, as far as being just a terrible person in Whitechapel goes, the same goes for Aaron Kosminski, a Polish Jew employed in London as a hairdresser. He was allegedly driven insane by, quote, solitary vices, which was Victorian code for jarking off way too much.
They all sound like characters Lil Mac has to knock out and punch out. Don't they all sound like people that would just have a unique boxing style?
Now, Kosminski is often lumped in with David Cohen, another Jewish man who ended up in an insane asylum just like Kosminski did. However, it is probable that Cohen is not this guy's name, as Cohen was just the name that asylum workers gave to Jewish people when they couldn't spell their last name and couldn't be bothered to just ask them how they spelled it.
Huh. Yes. There's so many people that they talk about how, like, their whole fucking histories were wiped out because people were just too lazy to learn how to spell Polish names. It's like me. My name's Zabrowski. It's easy. When I say the name Zabrowski, so often I get the, oh, that's quite a name. And I'm just being like, it's fucking really easy. It's spelled like it sounds, and that's racism. And that's my new thing, man. I'm not white. I'm Polish.
You're Polish.
I'm not white. All right, I'm with these guys. I'm standing with the Kosminskis, the Cohens that were falsely blamed by Martin Fido. Martin Fido, who wrote a whole book about blaming these Jewish people, and your last name is slang for a dog.
Well, I think that's just so. I'm so happy you're a social justice warrior for the Polish.
Yes, we need to stand up and protect the recipe for ice.
It's only the recipe. Yeah, it is. That is a tricky one. I mean, I'm from Wisconsin. It's skis all over the place. It's Zabrowskis, Zolkowskis. That's a very common name, but I think it is difficult for a lot of people to understand.
Well, Fido thinks that Cohen was actually a Whitechapel bootmaker named Nathan Kaminsky, another victim of syphilis. Both Kaminsky and Kosminski were committed, and the murder stopped afterward, which is really the only thing linking either one of these guys to the murder. So the McNaughton memo, all of these, all three guys in the McNaughton memo, it's paper-thin stuff. They're all very easily ripped apart.
Okay.
Also, the guy, the head of the CID after this guy, Anderson, also said the same thing. He blamed a Polish Jew, and he said that the killer ended up in an asylum, and there are a lot of people that use that one statement that he made as the basis for all of this. This is the idea they end up. So people a lot of times start in the asylum records, like poor Martin Fido, who said, like, my boss could not afford a research assistant, so I had to go to the UK myself and go through all of these dusty ass fucking like asylum fucking records from 150 years ago.
Oh, that's fun though. You get to be like Nicolas Cage in National Treasure, and you get to go. I miss going into a library and looking at microfiche.
You still can.
Well, you can, but what's the point? You know what? Though? This is.
You don't miss it.
No, I don't. Well, what's the point?
You could go do it.
Yeah,
You've never even looked at microfiche. You were blind drunk through every class you ever took.
Yeah, but you can still look at microfiche. You can do that in any sort of mindset. This story, or this seems most plausible of a theory for me because they're all Polish. And I think we have to think about that.
All they got to do is to put on their dress backwards and tell them they're running away. It's like all of that, sir. It's all you have. It's very easy to fool a Polish person.
You're telling me you're running away, but I can tell you're coming towards me.
All right, but I take your word for it. But it's strange because also it's about the idea of Polish was also a broad term for anybody that was of Eastern European descent. So they're trying to specify Polish people, but they actually meant that to be anybody, Austrian, because they were incredibly racist.
And lazy, yeah.
Well, I mean, racism against Polish people in England persists to this day. That was a huge part of Brexit, was all of keeping all of the Polish immigrants out of England. Mm-hmm. So this stuff, it's nothing new that's going on here.
Absolutely.
Now, there are literally hundreds of other suspects in the Jack the Ripper case outside of just those three, and it would take just as many episodes to cover all of them as we spent just covering the murders. So in the interest of time, here are just a few of our favorites.
Ooh.
There's Dr. Thomas Cream.
That's interesting.
Dr. Cream. That's what I'm going to start calling myself.
Yes.
Like right before I go, Dr. Cream.
Dr. Tommy Cream poisoned 4 London prostitutes in 1891. As he stood on the gallows for those crimes, he supposedly yelled,
I am Jack the...
But he swung before he could finish the last sentence. Who knows what he was going to say?
Oh, my goodness.
I am Jack the Stripper. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Jack the Stripper. And him just wagging his dick out.
Oh, yeah. Chippendale indeed.
Next is Severin Antoniowicz Klosowski, another Polish gentleman. He was a barber surgeon who lived in Whitechapel in 1888.
Guilty.
Anybody who's got a hyphens?
Yes.
It's like we're called multi-hyphenates because we're writer, actor, director, that kind of shit. But that's the kind of hyphenate that will kill a prostitute and look for its uterus.
Absolutely.
Oh, a barber surgeon? No. Barber surgeons were all over the place for centuries. Barber surgeons were people who did minor surgeries. They did bloodletting, but they would also cut your hair, shave your beard, or give you an enema if needed.
So you can go to the barber and get your anal cavity completely flushed out. And come out with like a mohawk, or a bowl cut.
Yeah, that's just how it was in those days. It was very versatile people.
One-stop shopping.
Yeah. So this guy, Severin, he was arrested 7 years after the Jack the Ripper murders for poisoning 3 consecutive common-law wives. And when he was caught, he said,
"So you've caught Jack the Ripper at last? Or have you? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I should actually put a question mark at the end of this. So you've caught Jack the Ripper? I hope so. Because all the women are very afraid. And they won't spread them. They won't spread him as much.
I'm sure they wouldn't. No. I mean, you can't kill 3 of your wives.
No, not
maybe
common
get
law
away
wives.
with one back then, but no way.
Then there's Francis Thompson, a British poet and opium addict who lived on the streets of London between 1885 and 1888, and he was often heard to brag about owning a leather apron.
That's not an accomplishment.
No, it's not. And opium, heroin, for all intents and purposes, you can't kill somebody on heroin.
Yeah.
You can't even kill yourself. Look at Kurt Cobain. He was murdered.
He was murdered.
He was murdered.
So in 1888, Francis Thompson wrote a poem called The Ballad of the Witch Babies.
With any luck, you'll think I'm Ozzy Osbourne.
And that was about a, quote, lusty young knight who disemboweled women. Now, that name, The Lusty Young Babies, that might be just a fiction. I'm not sure. I found it in a weird novel about Jack the Ripper victims, but I like it.
I mean, so you're like going around and be like, how do you describe a baby? What's a good word for cute, innocent, lusty? Yes, lusty.
Baby. Those babies always giving me them bedroom eyes, asking for what I do.
It's disgusting.
Asking for what I do to them.
That is not a description for a baby ever.
Now, one particularly interesting suspect is Robert Donston Stevenson, a.k.a. Dr. Rosalind Donston. He
changed his name to Rosalind.
Sounds like a bailiff.
He allegedly committed the murders as a part of a magic ritual. Donston had actually written an article at the time of the murders accusing another doctor named Morgan Davies of the murder, allegedly using details the police had not released to the public.
Yes, because he was sort of like an amateur Jack the Ripper investigator who kept showing up.
Yeah.
He was just like an annoying dude who wanted to write articles. So what he would do is he would write these articles from the perspective of the killer, where he would like do, and it was very sensationalistic. And he would put some things in there that were real, but a lot of it was like weird conjecture in order to sell newspapers.
I also love that this is just razzing a person that you don't like. You'd be like, hey, Donnie, take a look at the paper today. I accused you of 5 murders.
See what I did?
This is funny. You get the joke?
Now, that guy, Donston, he later went into business with the editor of Lucifer magazine, a woman named Baroness Vittoria Creamers.
Ooh, God, though. I bet she was kind of hot.
Vittoria
She sounds beautiful.
Vittoria Creamers.
Yeah. She sounds
a
like...
friend tells you he's going to set you up with his friend Vittoria. You going to go on that date?
Oh, absolutely. She's not a
Victoria Creamers.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, the surnames used to be named after what your family did. So basically the concept is this, like, her name is essentially Victoria Jerkoffsia.
Yeah, it could, which also, that does sound kind of Polish now that I think about it.
Victoria Squirt Maiden.
Yeah, she's not Playboy hot, but she'd definitely be on the cover of Cherry or some of the other more...
Club Continental.
I love that.
Oh, Club Continental, absolutely. Tough club to get into. Well, you have to have $3.99.
So Baroness Vittoria, she found neckties caked with dried blood in Donston's room, and when she asked where he had gotten them, he said they had belonged to Jack the Ripper.
And that was the first ever instance of flirting with a goth woman, because that's how you do it.
Oh, absolutely.
In no other society, it's the first time you show the instance of like just showing a John Wayne Gacy picture that made a woman wet for you.
Well, I think it worked.
Now, those ties eventually made their way to the man who is by far the person who is mentioned the most on Last Podcast on the Left, famed power bottom Aleister Crowley.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
God, he's just in everything.
Yeah,
He just shows up.
He just
and
shows
we're gonna
up.
and he also happened to have weird consorts with a man named L. Ron Hubbard, who's going to show up too.
Yes, and we will talk about L. Ron Hubbard coming up here in the future.
Yes, we will. Crowley said that Donston was without a doubt Jack the Ripper, and that the ritual was Donston's attempt to turn himself invisible.
Did it work?
Interesting.
Can you imagine if it worked, though? Then you just be
It
like,
seems
there's just
like
a bunch of
all
bloody
you'd have to
ties.
do is become a poet.
Oh.
And then everyone will stop caring you exist.
Absolutely. Why don't you just be an actor? That would also work.
But the most famous of all Ripper suspects, though he is not famous for being a suspect, is Charles Latunga Dodson, a.k.a. Lewis Carroll, author of Alice in Wonderland.
Ooh.
Now, this is my question. He was a child molester, right?
It's debatable.
Latunga, the child molester? Is that right? I don't want to. Everything is ruined. Isn't that what this show has taught us? Nothing is good.
Except for
But
Mr.
back then
Rogers.
it
We
was
know
Mr.
that nothing is good
Mr.
except for
Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
And we know
That's-
they've been trying to get dirt on Mr. Rogers for decades, and it's never happened.
They've been trying to get dirt on him. They started that whole sniper rumor. They started all kinds of stuff. No one's ever got dirt on Mr. Rogers, and they never will because he's the only pure human soul to have ever existed.
Although I will say this about Mr. Rogers, a bit negative. His mother did make all of his cardigans. She didn't want to do it though. He actually forced his mother to
He
work.
forced her at gunpoint.
Yes.
Stuck a gun up her vagina.
Oh, I know. That's
No,
that's too far, Henry.
That is a mother's love. That is a mother's love for her son.
I mean,
and
she
that
was
shows how
chained
much.
to the sewing machine and was forced to work, but that's okay.
Now, Lewis Carroll, author of Alice in Wonderland, as we all know, it was claimed in the book Jack the Ripper, Light-Hearted Friend, that Carroll confessed to the murder in a series of anagrams found in a children's primer version of Alice in Wonderland called Nursery Alice. Here's the original. So she wandered away through the wood, carrying the ugly little thing with her. And a great job it was to keep hold of it. It wriggled about so. But at last she found out that the proper way to keep it tight was to hold itself foot and by its right ear. Rearranged, this is what it reads.
She wriggled about so, but at last Dodson and Bain found a way to keep hold of the fat little whore. I got a tight hold of her and slit her throat, left ear to right, ho-ho. It was tough, wet, disgusting too. So weary of it, they threw up. Jack the Ripper, ho-ho, and away I go.
That is wild. And this guy wrote Alice in Wonderland, huh?
Yeah, that guy wrote Alice in Wonderland. But before you read too much into that, listen to what can be done with the first three sentences of Richard Wallace's Jack the Ripper, Light-Hearted Friend. This is the first three sentences of that book. It says, "This is my story of Jack the Ripper, the man behind Britain's worst unsolved murders. It is a story that points to the unlikeliest of suspects, a man who wrote children's stories. That man is Charles Dodson, better known as Lewis Carroll, author of such beloved books as Alice in Wonderland." Now, three anagram enthusiasts rearranged those three sentences to say this.
The truth is this. I, Richard Wallace, stabbed and killed a muted Nicole Brown in cold blood, severing her throat with my thrusty shiv strokes. I set up Orenthal James Simpson, who is utterly innocent of this murder. P.S. I also wrote Shakespeare sonnets and a lot of Francis Bacon's works, too.
So he's a plagiarist. That is horrible.
Now, the lesson is that anagrams are pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Anagrams are fun. And that is the nerd piece of shit isolationist message we're sending today. Anagrams can be fun.
Anagrams can be fun, but you're just rearranging a series. I mean, there's really not that many. The options are endless.
Yeah,
that's
you can really
fun.
make it say any.
That's what the.
I love
that's
anagrams.
Fun.
Yeah,
I have never seen such autistic fun before in my life.
Yeah, and in anagram you could make that spell ranagam, or a whole series of different kinds of things.
Anagram could be anagarm.
Yeah.
It could be nagram.
Sometimes I like to read words backwards too. Like Marcus is
Suckram.
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 Sounds like a cool god. Ben is Neb.
Ben is Neb.
All right, well, that concludes Jack the Ripper Part 4, The Suspects Part 1.
That's right. So technically, this will be a 5-parter, only a 2-parter on The Suspects.
Yeah, it's going to be like Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, how that was 2 movies. This is going to be like, Part 4 is 2 episodes because this episode has been all of the ridiculous suspects.
Yes.
This has been all the people that definitely did not do it, that had nothing to do with it. The next episode, we're going to cover 2 guys who we actually believe are very good candidates for Jack the Ripper.
The reasonable suspects is what we'll call it. And you know what it comes down to it is that I want this series to be as complicated as the research
Absolutely.
it's taken. I have literally read 3 books about Jack the Ripper.
Yeah.
I've gone through the entire mammoth book of Jack the Ripper. I'm reading From Hell. I've watched hours of documentary footage.
Yeah.
None of it is fixed. None of it is solved.
You've never looked more Polish in your life. So
I am red and I am covered in sweat.
You are. Remember when you guys said you were going to upload all the information? Well, you got another week to hold on to it, boys.
This is not fair.
I know it's not fair, and I thought that I was done with it too. I actually, after I finished it, this morning, I walked out to my kitchen and I saw Carolina, and I went and I gave her a hug, and I said, "Darling, it's over. We ain't gonna do this no more. I ain't gonna talk about it. You ain't gonna listen. We ain't gonna say no more, darling." And now she's gonna.
I hope y'all like Jack the Ripper.
Well, yep, absolutely. I cannot wait. Like all good horror movies, this one has another ending coming.
Yeah,
which
this
will be very
definitely
exciting.
feels like Saw 5.
Yep, that's where we're at. Hopefully none of us get cancer here. You mentioned Harry Potter, Hagrid. He was also in From Hell, and he was the fat guy from Nuns on the Run. Yeah, From Hell. So thank you guys so much for listening. Let's see, Marcus, do we want to talk about the Patreon or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, we've got live shows coming up. CaveComedyRadio.com/live is where you get tickets. We just opened up a second show for our St. Paul date here that's coming in a couple of weeks. That's definitely going to sell out as well, so be sure to get your tickets as soon as possible. We got a ton of other shows coming. If you go to CaveComedyRadio.com/live, these shows do sell out. But if you are a Patreon subscriber at Patreon.com/LastPodcast on the left, even if you just give $1, you get access to live show tickets before anybody else does. So you make sure to get to see us live if you are a Patreon subscriber. And thanks so much to everybody who has subscribed to our Patreon so far.
Absolutely.
It means the world to us.
It really does.
It does.
St. Paul, Minnesota. I have a lot of friends in St. Paul. If you went to college with me at Menominee Stout, if I ever did anything to you when I was drunk, let's say I lit your couch on fire, you get in for free. You do get. I have a couple of free spots I'm allowed to give out.
So
reach out to me, even if it's been years. Be like, Ben, you did this when you were blackout drunk in this home. I will say you can come to the show.
Do you mean to tell me the apology tour starts now?
It is, yes. Well, the whole thing, the whole life is basically an apology tour. Thank you guys so much. We got Chicago this weekend. Thank you guys so much for listening to all the shows here on CCR.
Chicago, make sure you check out. We're doing a special late episode of Last Stream on the Left this weekend, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And what we're doing this time is because it's late for us and we have a lot of drop in. We are doing all phone calls.
Yeah, that's it.
So what you fucking need to do as listeners is make it interesting.
Well, we had one guy take a bong hit and then freak out because he thought the cops were being called.
And I hope it hurt him. I hope we harshed his buzz.
No,
I want you to fucking call in and ludicrous ideas. If you have things you want to pitch to us, if you have theories you want to talk about, if you're trapped in a loveless relationship, give us a call and make it interesting.
Yeah, or if you are trapped in somebody's basement and you're in desperate need of help,
call the police.
Call the police. Yeah,
don't call us. No, don't call us at all.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess we couldn't help them. Yeah, that's a good point. You want to seek help. Well, thanks so much for listening to all the shows here on CCR. Page 7, Sex and Other Human Activities, Roundtable of Gentlemen. Ablingen's Top Hat has been absolutely wonderful as well. We're doing, email me. I'm doing some a special dumpster fire chats little episode here as the whole world burns in front of our eyes. We're going to get through it together. And you can let's do Twitter.
Yeah.
Marcus Parks on Twitter, at Marcus Parks, Instagram, at Marcus Parks. I'm Ben Kissel on Twitter, Ben Kissel1 on Instagram. I've been using it more. And
He has been.
I have been.
He has been.
But then I was criticized on Twitter. Someone said, he really found out how to use overload. I'm like, what is happening?
enjoy yourself.
Thank you, Henry.
Express yourself, Kissel.
Thank you.
All right, I'm at Henry Loves
Yes.
You on Twitter, at Dr. Fantasy on Instagram.
I'm Fantasty.
Dr. Fantasty. And then find all of us at LP on the Left on all platforms that you can fucking shove into your mouth. Get off Facebook, though.
Yeah,
I know
off
we're
of
supposed to push the Facebook group, and of course, absolutely join the Facebook group, but get off Facebook because they know every single thing about you.
Yeah, I like the just one-on-one interaction with Twitter, and I'm learning Instagram, so that's my personal.
Totally. And I'm at Marcus Parks for everything. And my favorite social thing is to make playlists for people. So go follow me on Spotify. I make a new playlist every week.
That's amazing. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for listening. Hail yourselves.
Hail Satan.
Hail Geen.
Hail me. Por favor. Por favor.
Magustalations.
Spanish.
See.
Hey guys, Devin from Thinking Sideways here. You remember Thinking Sideways, your favorite podcast that is no more. Anyway, we've missed you a lot. Not a whole lot to announce yet, but some really exciting things coming down the pipeline in the new year, including some really awesome content on this feed. So make sure you stay subscribed. In the meantime, I wanted to give you a little preview of an episode created by our friends over at Generation Y. You know, Justin and Aaron. If you don't know Justin and Aaron, I don't know what you've been doing with your lives. If you don't already know about Generation Y, Justin and Aaron are good friends who have gone through hundreds of unsolved murders, conspiracy theories, and other mysteries on their weekly podcast. So, you know, the kind of content that you weirdos love. If you're not already a subscriber, you should definitely check it out. If you went to CrimeCon, you probably got to meet Justin and Aaron in person, just like you got to meet us in person. Rather than me just telling you about the show, I wanted to give you an opportunity to listen to a short preview from their episode on the Menendez brothers. I hope you will enjoy it. I know you will enjoy it. So go ahead, take a listen, and hope you guys have a happy holidays.
How you doing tonight, Aaron?
I'm doing good, Justin. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Tonight's case, we're looking at Beverly Hills, California. It's a very nice area, if you haven't been. August 20th, 1989. This is before we've heard a term called affluenza, before O.J. Simpson. This has probably been up in our top 10 most requested cases, I think. Maybe top 5, I don't know. What are we talking about tonight, Aaron?
The Menendez brothers case, which involved the 1989 slayings of Jose and Kitty Menendez, which were the parents of Lyle and Eric Menendez. Eric was 18 years old at the time, and Lyle was 21. The Menendez estate was valued at more than $14 million.
On this night, Lyle and Eric, armed with shotguns, enter their parents' home. They point their weapons at their parents, who are sitting on the couch watching a James Bond movie, and they begin to shoot their parents with these pump-action shotguns.
Yeah, 12-gauge shotguns. It is said that Jose didn't even know this happened. He died immediately.
Now, their mother, Kitty, she actually jumped up and tried to run away after the initial volley of blasts coming at them. She was injured, but she tried to escape, and we know this because there was blood in the tread of her sneakers. So Lyle and Eric had to reload. I think they had to go back out to their car and grab more ammo and reload.
They didn't have extra shotgun shells on them, so they had to go back out to the car and get more.
To finish off their mother.
Right, and I believe Eric handed the ammunition to his brother Lyle, who loaded the shotgun and then proceeded to go inside and finished off his own mother.
So this isn't really a heat of the moment type deal. This isn't a break. This is, they had shotguns and they went in and they slaughtered their parents. So after they shoot their parents, they end up calling 911. And you can find this phone call. It's readily available pretty much anywhere, and any documentary about this case. And they tell the dispatchers that they have come home to find their parents have been murdered.
Yeah, they had said they had gone out to the movies, and then, as you said, had come home and found their parents murdered.
So what movie did they say they went out and saw?
Well, they had planned to go see Batman, but it was sold out. I mean, I don't know if you remember at the time, but that movie was huge when it came out. It was Tim Burton's Batman. This was 1989. So they went to another movie, which was a James Bond film titled License to Kill.
We know they're lying to dispatchers. They're screaming and yelling and playing off that they found their parents. And it's just ironic that they would say that, oh, we went to a Bond movie, when that just happens to be the same movie that, not the same movie, but another James Bond movie that their parents are watching. Just a little connection there. I know you're a big Bond movie fan, so.
We know that they planned to kill their parents, but at the time when police showed up, they didn't admit to killing their parents.
No, they stick to their story that they find their parents when they came home. They were at this James Bond movie, and they were at this movie, and they even go so far as to insinuate that it might be a mob hit because of some of the wounds to their parents, which includes shooting them in the kneecap. And I guess that's a technique that it's claimed mobsters will use. You cap them. The police truly believe that what they're seeing is a cold-blooded murder, and they believe these two very affluent, rich, everyone calls them the boys and kids, but they're adults. What the police won't do is do a preemptive gunshot residue test on either one of their hands. They won't search their cars, which that's where they put the shotguns after they murdered their parents, was in the trunk of their cars.
Yeah, they actually ended up ditching those shotguns near Mulholland Drive. And they did that before they went to buy tickets at the movie theater.
This is to try to establish their alibi of why they weren't home at the time of the murder. So this is around 10 o'clock at night.
All we can say is the investigators did talk to them for hours, but, you know, there's so much they missed. And I think it's because sometimes, and I'm sure anybody can make mistakes, but there was a lot of assuming going on. They assumed that these sons were very distraught by the murders of their parents and that they weren't likely to be involved. And I don't know if them being part of a wealthy family had something to do with that. I kind of want to say yes.
I think that's a huge factor. This is Beverly Hills. They're living in a mansion with tennis courts out back. You change this situation. You put this murder anywhere else. I think the police are going to be questioning the guys, whoever finds the victims, and probably testing their hands, but who knows?
The investigators spoke with neighbors, and they had reported hearing something around 10 p.m., bangs, but they thought it was just kids playing with fireworks or something. But that's about the time that this couple was murdered.
Yeah. They probably don't know what gunfire sounds like.
Jose had been shot 5 or 6 times with shotguns, and his wife, Kitty, had been shot about 10 times.
Jose's unrecognizable. They pretty much blew his head off. Kitty, similar situation. It's gruesome.
Yeah, Kitty was shot in the face. And so you look at this crime and you think, this is a crime of hatred or of payback. So When Lyle called the police, he called about 11:30 p.m. And as we already said, he sounded really upset. In fact, they had trouble understanding him because he was so upset on the phone. And we've talked before about 911 calls and how people sound and this and that, but this is a distraught person on the phone. I mean, if someone just played that call and didn't give me any other information,
it sounds serious. It sounds legit. And it's hard to determine anything off a 911 call. Anyone that says, oh, I can tell they're lying, it's like, okay, whatever. In this case, we know the truth going in. So it's easy to dismantle his call, but he's a good actor. And guess what? Shooting your parents or killing somebody is a very high stress situation. And you can use that to influence your heightened, state and cry and scream and yell. And it sounds and looks legit because you are distraught because you've just done something that's terrible.
There were a couple of detectives assigned to this case. Unfortunately for them, this whole mob hit angle didn't really work.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
Gloria Ramirez arrived at the emergency room feeling extremely sick and suffering from cervical cancer. Within minutes of treating her, hospital staff also began to feel unwell, and some even fainted. After a hospital evacuation and multiple investigations, the true cause of her illness is still unknown to this day. Today, we're going to talk about Gloria Ramirez, also known as the Toxic Woman. This is Red Web. We've got the Toxic Woman. My name is Trevor Collins. With me, as you can expect every week, Alfredo Diaz.
Heyo, this sounds so exciting.
Hit me with the gut check. What are you thinking over here?
God, I'm thinking it's one of those things where, I don't know, we might have talked about it on this podcast even before, but where like you think you're getting sick.
Yeah.
So you say to yourself, I'm sick, I'm getting sick, and then you kind of cause that sickness. I feel like that might be one of those things here.
Listen, if I had to ride or die by your gut check, I'm just gonna say it. I would go with it. You have a very strong gut instinct. Your instinct for these, I don't know if it's because we've been doing this show for a while, but like you're just in tune with it. That there's a little bit of that in the theories section for sure.
That's off the top of my head. That's all I could think of. That's what came to me.
No, I like it. Yeah. It's a very interesting case that many people have thought about or heard about, I should say, but myself included. But doing the research, reading through this outline that we have in front of me, there's a lot of like details that I wasn't aware of. And the theories are mostly new to me. Very fascinating with this case from the 90s.
What's really wild is that you're saying it's like, it's unsolved. And there are a lot of medical kind of like mysteries out there, lots of stuff that go unsolved or, we can't quite explain, or we don't have the ability to cure, or we don't fully understand said illness or virus or whatever. But
sure,
it's still a little crazy to me out, that maybe, I'm sure they might have taken a handful of professionals to have a crack at this type of thing. And everyone's just like, oh, we have no clue. We have no idea. You know what I mean? Some of our brightest minds in the field just like, shrugging, throwing their hands up.
Couldn't figure it out. Unless she's rolling around in some mysterious undiscovered elements, you would think that, you put chemistry together, you figure out some formulas, and you're like, boom, science, right? Not here.
Yeah, I was about to say the next mystery at that point is how she gets her hands on these crazy elements that don't exist yet. But
she could be hanging out with Bob Lazar. I don't know. Episode crossover.
So kind of like a little like tangent over here, but I don't know. We've been out of middle school, high school for some time now. I'm not trying
at least weeks, months.
It's been a couple weeks, but maybe I'm just completely off base with this, but the periodic timetable isn't the same as like 10 years ago, is it? Haven't we added new things?
Yeah, there's a trickling of new elements. Yeah, like we touched on that briefly. Like I said in the Bob Lazar episode, there's elements in theory And then there are elements generated in the lab, and there are elements found in nature. And those are different stages, I guess, of discovery, as to what's possible. You can say, like, sure, this thing has 200 electrons, but that's all theory, and it needs to be substantiated physically.
I'll have a kid one day, and they'll bring home that,
they'll hover on home with their
table.
hoverboard and their teleports, and you say, son, get off of that virtual reality, unplug.
Stop playing on the 16K resolution TV.
PS20. Okay. Yeah.
And then I was like, wow, this timetable has really grown.
I did also want to say, this is a total aside. I did want to say I've been enjoying some of you guys leaving comments, especially on Reddit, who've been pointing out all of the phrases that we say a whole bunch.
Oh, no.
Over the holidays, people are having whole conversations speaking back and forth with Trevorisms and Alfredoisms.
Oh, no. Yeah, I kind of...
It's like a drinking game
but
now.
also welcome that would be a thing. After I don't know, maybe just a couple of episodes, I was like, ooh, I like saying tangible a lot.
Tangible's a good word, man. And so is nefarious. I might switch it up, though. I'll just do Control F, search, replace with sinister. How about that? Throw that one in there. I opened up a thesaurus today. Okay, let's dive into the mystery of Gloria Ramirez, aka the Toxic Woman. February 19th, 1994. 31-year-old Gloria Ramirez of Riverside, California, was rushed into Riverside General Hospital in an ambulance. She arrived around 8:15 p.m. Paramedics told the emergency room staff that Ramirez was diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. They report that she was confused and couldn't answer hospital staff questions, and she exhibited several symptoms, including blood pressure that was dropping very quickly. She had heart palpitations, and on top of that, she had a very abnormally high heart rate. So all so far centered on her heart, but she also had Cheyne-Stokes respiration, which very simply is a type of breathing that can lead to apnea. Shallow breathing, then deep breathing, then stopping breathing. Just very inconsistent, more or less. So they brought in respiratory therapist Maureen Welch, and she noted that these symptoms were strange for someone who was so young. As a reminder, she's only 31 years old, so she's kind of like in our age bracket, which makes this actually very odd, because I heard about this first when I was a kid, and now I'm about her age.
Oh, wow.
So, to sedate Ramirez and to kind of figure out what was going on, the doctors injected her with a couple of different chemicals: Valium, midazolam, and Ativan. They forced air into her lungs as well using an ambu bag. Ramirez did not respond to any of her treatments at this point, and the doctors eventually tried to defibrillate. They had to remove Ramirez's clothing in order to do so, and when they did, they saw that her skin was covered in an oily sheen. And this is the key piece of this mystery, the key note that anybody that has heard of this case is aware of, that oily sheen. And on top of that, many of the hospital staff also noticed at this time that she smelled or had a smell to her that was described as a fruity garlic, and many believed that it was from her mouth specifically. At this point, nurse Susan Kane drew Ramirez's blood, and when she did, she noticed the smell of ammonia coming from the tube. Welch, who was the respirator therapist, also smelled ammonia in the air, and then Kane passed that tube to the medical resident, Julie Korchinski, and she said she saw manila-colored particles floating about in the sample of Ramirez's blood. She then gave that over to the lead doctor of the emergency room, Dr. Humberto Ochoa, and they said they saw those particles as well. So we have some really interesting symptoms so far.
Yeah, and I think the thing I like about this too, and we rarely get this, is just the multiple confirmations, right? It's like, here's this a weird particle, this weird thing that we're seeing, and then also these, it went up the chain and a bunch of other people saw it, and this can be verified.
Right.
That's very satisfying to me because, with a lot of our episodes, we didn't quite know, you know what I mean? One person saw it, and that's just kind of what we have to go by.
Yeah, it's all anecdotal, or it's like he said, she said, or somebody saw something. But yeah, this is a documented case. This is Riverside General Hospital. This is the lead doctor of the emergency room, and there's a lot of overlap. I got the sample, I smelled this, you smelled this, you're seeing that, doctor's seeing this. It's all going down.
Yeah.
So far they're really confused as to what's going down here, and this is only when it gets stranger. Kane, who was the nurse, started to feel lightheaded, and she actually fainted. Someone then helped her out of the room via a gurney, and Kane was saying that her face was burning, that she had some sort of burning sensation. At that point, or a little bit soon thereafter, I should say, Gorczynski also started to feel nauseous. So now we have the folks in the room are starting to feel something else going on.
Yeah.
So Gorczynski, the medical resident again, she said she started shaking and she started to experience apnea, which was kind of like where your breathing stops for seconds at a time. Your breathing gets a little strange. She went to the nurse station to sit down, but she immediately fainted as well. Welch, who was still in the room with Ramirez, said she heard someone scream before she herself fainted as well. And when she awoke, she said she couldn't move her arms or legs. So now with 3 staff members fainting, they decided, okay, something has to be done, and they evacuated the staff and patients from the emergency rooms and nearby areas to treat them elsewhere. Other patients actually were treated in like the parking lot.
Okay. Here's the thing. I'm gonna expose myself a little bit here.
Okay, well.
All right. Big fan of the anatomy. I'm talking Grey's Anatomy. All right. Wonderful show.
Talking about Grey, talking about House.
I've seen like 15 seasons of this show already. And there was definitely a season where something like this happened. And I can't help but think that it stemmed from like this
Was
story.
it inspired probably?
Probably. Yeah. And it's just like, and I think about this more and more because, the missus, she's going into the profession, just, she's starting to become a nurse. And I'm just like, there's so many different things that need to be done in certain ways and so many different steps that so many things could go wrong, and there's another side of that. It's like all these different chemicals that you're using. And she's taking all these big tests of like, can't mix this with this or do that at this time and all these interactions, the counter interactions. And I'm just like, what if something chemical wise, they open there up, or maybe they use, certain chemicals or things like that. It kind of offsets something else or interact with something else. And here we are. And
Absolutely. Especially when they use 3 different medications to help treat her, especially if you don't know what's going on, especially if you're starting to see symptoms, you got the lungs and the heart stuff going on. Those are, as far as the emergency room is concerned, pretty typical symptoms that they're familiar with.
Right.
But oily sheens, weird smells, chemical smells.
Yeah.
Now that's where things start to get a little bit complex and don't want to start poking around.
Yeah. Not to say that they're on like autopilot or anything like that, but it's one of those things where like
it happens.
You see something, you go, these are the signs of this. You know what I mean? Like I've seen this before. This is all kind of leaning one way. And so you start kind of running with that diagnosis, and yeah, that might have been the thing, that kind of like set this off.
Very true. Yeah, small spoiler alert. We'll actually circle around to something like that in the theories section.
Oh, okay. All right. On to stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, man, you gut check's good. But the thing is, like, you can know a lot about the medical industry, or field, I should say, all the interactions of things that you'd expect. You could just never know what people can get themselves into. People are like babies, and babies are like dogs, and they just get into stuff. I don't know why I had the middle step of babies, but
people are like babies, and babies are like dogs.
They just be getting into stuff.
We could have just said people are like dogs. We gotta like step our way into. Gotta go adult baby dog.
Well, you were with me. You're with me. You got the analogy. People be getting into stuff, and you just don't know, man.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of pseudoscience out there and chemistry that comes out to say they propose to solve this, that, and the other. So you don't know what kind of homeopathy, homegrown, homebrew treatments that people might be trying.
Right.
To me, I don't know. I'm a simple man. I say if they think it's this individual, maybe isolate them and or take them to a separate facility to treat them if it's safe for that person. Obviously, we don't know that at this point, but if it's safe to treat other people out in the parking lot, then sure, go for it. It just seems extreme, but hey, protect them. Anyway, they tried again to defibrillate her and to use CPR on her to resuscitate because she's in and out at this point. And unfortunately, they had no success. And 35 minutes after her arrival, around 8:50 p.m., Ramirez was pronounced dead.
Here's a tricky question, and this might be one we toss over to Christian, but like,
yeah.
Like, do we know what her profession was, or You know what I'm saying? Or maybe like the husband's profession or something like that.
Yeah.
I feel like there might be some tells there.
Right. Like maybe, once again, I love overlapping with the episodes, but, Dyatlov Pass, one of the individuals there, keyword individuals, came forward and they had, radiation on their clothes, but it could have been from one of their jobs.
Right. Yeah.
Or it could have been something more sinister. Nefarious.
There we go.
Hey, I dropped it. But that's a really good question. Kristen, do you know, or did Jillian happen to see anything about that?
From what we're reading, looks like she's just a housewife.
And the husband doesn't have any...
Nothing listed for him, no.
Nothing listed, yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right.
But yeah, unfortunately, 35 minutes after her arrival, Ramirez was pronounced dead, and the investigation continued. But before we dive into the further searchings of, or the investigation and how that kind of unfolded, or, what might have come from that, I want to kind of talk more about these odd symptoms that the rest of the hospital staff are experiencing and how those kind of proliferated throughout the group. So Sally Balderas, she helped move the body from this room to another location. And after doing so, she also said she was feeling a burning sensation and she started vomiting. And so at this point, we have more and more of the emergency room staff starting to experience similar symptoms as one another. This burning, this vomiting, this nausea, some fainting. And following the arrival of Gloria Ramirez, ultimately 23 out of 37 total people working the Riverside General Hospital emergency room experienced similar symptoms. That's a lot of people.
That is a...
23 out of 37.
Yeah, I know. I was talking earlier about people just like, they're thinking that they're sick, so they become sick. That's a lot. I'm not going to lie. That's a lot of people to be like, I think I'm getting sick.
It is a lot.
I'm sick. And then, oh my God, you're sick. I might be getting sick.
Yeah.
I'm now sick. Like, that's a lot of people to ride that chain.
It's like 60% or something. But yeah, as I mentioned earlier, hospital staff and evacuated patients continued to be treated on the outside until they could determine, what was going down here. The cause of this illness, the cause of what's at the bottom of all this.
Yeah.
And out of fear of contact with something toxic, some chemical that's unknown, staff with symptoms removed their clothes and put them into plastic bags. This would also help for any future investigation.
Oh, yeah.
5 of them ultimately ended up staying in the hospital overnight. Balderas, for example, was actually in the hospital for 10 more days and also experienced apnea. Gorczynski was the one who was most affected, having stayed in intensive care for 2 whole weeks.
Whoa.
They showed signs of avascular necrosis, which is very simply the death of bone tissue due to lack of blood supply.
What?
Now you have actual symptoms showing up outside of obviously like fainting and what people are saying they're feeling. You have measurable decay of living bone tissue.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but are some of these symptoms not what the original person was experiencing? Like patient?
So up until this point, a lot of the symptoms are similar from what we could tell.
You're right.
This avascular necrosis, I don't believe is something that they found in the autopsies for Ramirez. The lightheadedness and nausea and burning are very hard to determine because, as I mentioned earlier, the ambulance staff was saying that she wasn't really responding to questions very well, and she kind of went under by the time she was in. She was sedated, but then also in and out, I believe. She had to be resuscitated. So it's very hard to say, but on the surface, it feels like the apnea part, the breathing part is very much similar to what she was seeming to experience.
Right.
And if there is this lack of blood flow causing this bone tissue necrosis, that relates back to Ramirez's heart issues that she was having. So to me, and I'm not a doctor clearly, but to me, there is a pretty heavy overlap in some of the symptoms, but it isn't outright confirmed. Yes, they both had check off nausea, check off lightheadedness.
Yeah. Wasn't like a complete one for one. I mean, for the most part, it seemed like it was, but it started to seem from what you were saying that it started drifting.
There's a little extra, yeah.
Away a little bit.
Yeah. I would say, I'm trying to connect the dots, but on paper, nothing was outwardly said like, boom, these are the same symptoms across the board.
Got it.
What really was similar about the symptoms were all of the hospital staff members who were experiencing stuff.
Right.
Those tended to be the same outside of Gorczynski, who did in fact have further symptoms like the necrosis and stuff like that. In fact, after her 2-week of intensive care stay there, she had to use crutches for many months afterward. And ultimately, she suffered from hepatitis as well as pancreatitis.
Oh.
So she really did not have a good time coming out of this. She was truly the most affected by this. And, you have to wonder, is she an outlier? Did this affect her more intensely? Or were other variables in play that then got attributed to this case? It's very hard to say.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's tough about like medical mysteries like this is that there's so many different variables, different people with different genetic coding and structure and different health issues, or you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's just, man, the variables are vast.
Absolutely. I mean,
it really is.
Something as simple as allergies can change the game.
Yeah.
100%. Just like some people are allergic to certain antibiotics.
Yep.
Some people are allergic to certain types of rubber, like gloves, latex, for example. It's just, it's wild.
Mix in like medications that they're taking.
Or any drugs that they might be using recreationally or otherwise. Anything that might not be documented. It's all crazy. It's all very complex. And I respect the medical industry immensely for what they have to do.
Yep. Yes, very much so.
But at this point, at 11 p.m., the hazardous materials team arrives at the hospital and they started searching for toxic materials or perhaps gas, but ultimately found nothing. The Riverside Coroner's Office performed an autopsy, of course, as you would imagine. They wore hazmat suits while they did that, and they performed that autopsy in a sealed chamber just in case any sort of toxic materials were to get into the air.
Yeah, playing it smart.
Yeah. This was so thorough that they even tested the air from her body bag in order to see, hey, is there anything happening? As even if it's got like a small ppm, right, parts per million, very, very sparse at this point. Because if it was concentrated when she first arrived, whatever that material is, if it dispersed over time, it starts to become harder to detect, etc. But they found nothing.
It's very satisfying to hear that, and of course, this is like not the best comparison, but just like I've seen so many movies where it's just like someone, people not taking proper measures or not taking things seriously. And obviously that happens in the real world too as well. But like to hear this, I don't know. It's very satisfying right now to just sit there and go, oh, okay, they took this really seriously.
Right. It's not a mystery out of negligence. It's a mystery out of, holy crap, we did our best. What happened to this poor woman?
Yeah, and we've had a couple mysteries where just the cops. I forgot which mystery it was, but just recently enough, where the cops kind of fiddled around with stuff, or was it the husband, right? Or the police department allowed the husband to kind of facilitate the investigation.
Yeah, why am I blanking? It was the pilot and his son.
That was the Lindbergh kidnapping.
Lindbergh, that's right.
There you go. And it was just like, what? Why? And here they're just like, no, we gotta really like try and cement everything down and figure this out. I like that.
Lock it down, man. But yeah, they ultimately found nothing out of the ordinary, and they in fact sent samples out so they could try to enlist as much help as possible to figure out what was going on here. The cause of death was said to be kidney failure that was caused by the cervical cancer, but they could not find a cause for the illnesses experienced by the staff. So we feel like we might have a strong direction for Ramirez, but now the continued mystery is what's going on with the staff.
Right.
And ultimately, newspapers that picked up this story started calling Ramirez the toxic lady from all of the fallout that was happening and the kind of assumption that there was some sort of toxic chemical. Not like a CW fan or something on the online forums who's okay, not to put CW on blast. That was just the first fandom that came to mind. But yeah, not like the internet version of toxic, as you might think these days. But ultimately, yeah, so it's been a few months at this point. They couldn't figure anything out. And 2 months later, after her death, Gloria Ramirez was finally released back to her family. Her family then hired a private pathologist to perform their own autopsy to try to, again, figure out what happened to this case.
I'll say it again. I'm loving how everybody, different parties, different POVs are being so thorough with this.
Yeah, for sure. But the unfortunate part here is that, it's been so long since her death that many of her organs were missing from previous autopsies.
Oh.
Her body, obviously, by natural means, was severely decomposing.
Yeah.
But really, like, a lot of the leftover organs that were left were contaminated by fecal matter, which means, sure, maybe they tried to cover all their bases, but it does feel a little bit like there's some negligence in play here.
Yeah.
I also don't know how many autopsies she went under, to say, was it a negligent single autopsy? Was it that, too many people were trying to figure this out? It's hard to say, but 2 weeks after her release to her family, she was then buried. She had a funeral, and that was on April 20th of 1994. That concludes the story of Gloria Ramirez and the hospital staff and everything that we know factually about the case. So moving on to theories, I'm going to start with a couple smaller theories that aren't really substantiated, but they are kind of out there. They're in the zeitgeist. They're in the conversation space of this mystery, and they have been for some time. And I'm just going to kind of gloss over this first one. The first mini theory is that Ramirez's symptoms were caused by alien abduction. Now, let's be real. They have nothing else to go off of.
Yeah.
I could have simply said myself that this was the result of a zombie incoming.
Right.
Maybe she was a bite hider. I don't know. But you can't just throw things out like that and go, well, I don't know.
Trying to explain the unexplained with something that's even hard to explain.
Right. You can't backpedal into something that's more and more unknown until you think you got it. But the other slightly more interesting mini theory for this one is that there was some sort of chemical poisoning that could have happened because, for example, tellurium and arsenic poisoning both cause the breath to have a bit of a garlic scent to them. However, outside of this, there is no evidence in the autopsies or anything like that. It is just a fan theory that is specifically latching onto that fruity garlic fact. But at least they're trying to latch it onto something here.
Right. Yeah. Opposed to the whole alien thing.
Never throw out an alien with the bathwater. You just never know when an alien's right around the corner.
I'm gonna be real with you.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think that we are the only, intelligent beings in the entire universe. I believe that they are aliens out there somewhere. I don't
mathematically certain.
Right, like mathematically, it doesn't add up that
somewhere some galaxy has some life somewhere. I mean, especially if we're looking at Venus and there's some particulates, maybe some bacteria in there, and you got Europa. Listen, it's possible.
There's life forms out there somewhere with some scale of intelligence. Now, do I believe that aliens took this one single person and then did that? What?
Coated her up in some sort of oily basting. Maybe like sauteed her with some onion. I say sauteed, but like basted her with some like garlic and fruit, and some like olive oil. I don't know what they're after here.
I don't think they're marinating human beings.
There it is. There's the word. But you just killed me with the listen. I'm gonna be real for a second. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I don't think it's little gray aliens.
No, not that one bit.
You treated it so delicately, so real. But yeah, no, I would absolutely agree with you on that one. Hey everybody, Trevor here as usual. And can I just say before we get into business, thank you all so much for continuing to share the podcast. We see it growing every week and we greatly appreciate it. So thank you so much for sharing it with other mystery enthusiasts or mystery enthusiasts. Both mysteries and mysteries are all good here. Now, before we get really into the business, I just want to say we are working on that Red Web Task Force design. We have a badge, aka like a little pin coming. We have some merch around the task force coming. It's all about the lead times, baby. We still have logistics concerns to dodge around. So thank you guys so much for reaching out with your enthusiasm around those things. They are on the way, and we'll let you know here on the podcast when they're available, hopefully within the next couple weeks. But again, we'll let you know. Things is crazy these days, boats and stuff. Man, the world. Am I right? But anyway, let's talk about some sponsor stuff, huh? And this one's a really cool one. And I'm being honest, they didn't tell me to say that. This is something that's been in my sphere for a little bit here. But today's episode of Red Web is brought to you by Shudder. Shudder is the streaming service with the best selection of horror, thriller, and supernatural movies, series, and originals. From Hollywood favorites and cult classics to original series and critically acclaimed new genre films you won't find anywhere else. Streaming uncut and commercial-free right to your favorite devices. You can stream great thrillers, horrors, and suspense for merely $5.99 a month or $56.99 a year. That's in dollars, convert accordingly. Shudder has the largest, fastest growing, human curated selection of thrilling and dangerous entertainment. So if you're a thrill fan, if you like those spooky scares like I do, this is a great service. A couple movies that I would recommend that you check out that are on that service would be like Host or Underwater or Beach House. There's so many fantastic series on there. Those are just some of the movies that they have available for you. But it really is a good place for horror fans, thriller fans, everything in between. And if you like this podcast, I'm sure you're going to like that service. So get started streaming the best horror, thriller, and supernatural content. Shudder's expertly curated collection includes must-see titles like Color Out of Space, Host, which I mentioned earlier, and the Mortuary collections, plus all the best horror documentaries and the hit Creepshow TV series from executive producer Greg Nicotero of The Walking Dead. So you can try Shudder today for free for 30 whole days by going to shudder.com. That's SHUDDER.com, and use promo code REDWEB to let them know we sent you, support the show, enjoy some content all at the same time. Thank you, Shudder, for sponsoring today's episode. But that leads us into the big theories here that try to latch onto more of what's going on here to try to answer the question. The first main theory being that this was a case of mass hysteria. The Riverside County Health contacted the California Department of Health and Human Services, and scientists Doctors Ana Maria Osorio and Kirsten Waller investigated the situation. Okay, they interviewed 34 of the staff members that were there that night. They also tested their blood. Most of them experienced the same symptoms with no apparent cause outside of potentially their exposure to Ramirez. And only a few people were close enough to Ramirez to really get any exposure to a potential toxin in the air or to come in contact with her. So we have the situation where there's people experiencing symptoms down the hall kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And so that's where they start to go, hold on a second. I understand why she got it because she was there. She took a blood sample. She was immediately smelling things. But how are you getting something and maybe you're getting from her, like secondhand? I don't know. But what's very interesting here is that the paramedics, I believe these are the ones in the ambulance, had no symptoms. I mean, these folks are in a small confined area with her on the way to the hospital, and we're talking with her, or at least attempting to, and they didn't have any symptoms. And what's interesting here, now a precursor here, both scientists are women, but the scientists here, or at least the ones we're referring to, but the scientists pointed out at the time that the symptoms were mostly with women, or maybe even exclusively with women. And I'm not sure if they're trying to connect some dots or if that's just an observation, but it's if you were to say statistically, on the whole, women do tend to be believers of the extranatural, the supernatural, more so than men. And so they might be more inclined to, as this theory states, kind of fall prey to the placebo effect of the placebo symptoms of what was going on.
Okay.
But yeah, and what's really interesting on this too, and this is just like a kind of a personal anecdote, to the audience, Alfredo and I work on a team called Achievement Hunter at Rooster Teeth, but one of the shows that we've recorded and done is a ghost hunting show called Haunter. You can find that on roosterteeth.com if you're so inclined. But in one of those episodes, and you can go find this, I wasn't in this particular one, but a coworker of ours named Jeremy was scratched on the back and had visible scratches on their back underneath a vest that was tightly worn.
Yeah, it was a tactical vest.
Yeah, and he was like, oh my God, my back is hurting. They took that off, they filmed it, and they showed these scratch marks on his back. And the reason why I bring this up is because it wasn't until this very moment that half of the crew also started saying that they were experiencing scratches, that they were being pushed, that they wanted to get off the chute. And so that is another kind of very close to us kind of example of how, people believing in something or people seeing something mysterious can suddenly be affected by it, whether it's real or not, or whether there is something actually there or not. It's a really fascinating phenomenon.
Right. I mean, like a little bit of that, just like the other night where I was just, drifting off to sleep and I was like, oh, I'm really comfortable right now. I hope I don't feel like itchy, itchy on my thigh or need to scratch my face or anything like that. And then I was like, oh, great. Now my nose is itchy and I have to scratch it.
Right.
And I kind of just brought that upon myself.
Now everyone's nose is itchy.
It's I would like to look into theories and the science behind that.
Yeah, it's a really, what I love about this show is that there's a very fascinating overlap, a very heavy overlap, if I do say so, between the kind of mysteries we discuss, but also the sociology, the philosophy,
the mentality behind it, all of it.
Yeah, what's going on in the public realm that kind of like I guess we kind of touched on this with Mothman as well. You know, people started experiencing more things as the stories kicked up, and so that made more stories, and that made more people seeing things. It's interesting. It's really fascinating how that works. And there are many studies that discuss the placebo effect just in regards to medicine, or people dieting by thinking about working out and not actually working out and getting a margin of those results, but better than nothing. It's
really,
it's very interesting. The placebo effect is powerful.
That is fascinating.
Yeah. So some people would work out. I'm just super tangent. Some people would work out. Some people would think about working out for like an hour, and then some people would just live their life. And those people in the middle kind of fell in the middle. It was interesting. But yeah, so the scientists decided that this was a case of mass hysteria caused by the initial garlic smell, something that was true and substantial, that they latched onto, that one of the nurses had some symptoms to for whatever reason, and that it kind of spread from there out. The only wrinkle, and we'll kind of get to it in just a second, but the only wrinkle in this idea comes in the lawsuit that Gorczynski and Welch filed. You know, they had experienced strange smells before in the hospital, they said. As medical staff, they had these strange smells before. And the wrinkle comes from Gorczynski themselves, who had that avascular necrosis, which, you know, is very hard to, I don't know, achieve or to experience if it's something that's just mass hysteria.
Right.
Also, those smells, it doesn't really go one way or the other on the mass hysteria thing, but it is interesting that they were saying, hey, we have experienced smells before as a medical staff, so there might be more there. And the next couple theories kind of dive into that direction a little bit more. The next theory is that Ramirez experienced a DMSO overdose. Now, just very briefly, that's dimethyl sulfoxide, and we'll dive into that in just a second. But samples from Ramirez's autopsy were sent to Livermore National Laboratory. They determined that her cause of death and the following sickness of the staff was caused by an overdose of DMSO. They found an excess of dimethyl sulfone, which is DMSO2, in Ramirez's blood. Normally, this is harmless, but it might be an excess in Ramirez's body due to her kidney failure. Okay, as you recall, she had kidney issues due to her cervical cancer.
Yeah.
And so if she had this increased toxin in her blood that wasn't being able to be filtered out, that's kind of where they were going with this.
Oh.
And this starts by the idea that maybe Ramirez was self-medicating with a form of DMSO kind of as an anti-inflammatory, which could line up with the fact that, you know, she had cervical cancer. Cancer treatments can be very expensive, cost prohibitive even.
Right.
And so maybe she was in fact seeking alternative sources for relief. And so she turned to some sort of gel form of this DMSO, which as you recall, there's DMSO and then DMSO2. And so very simple, I'll simplify it for you. The chemistry there is, you know, this gel, if it interacts with oxygen in the air, it can create this dimethyl sulfone, which can be toxic in large doses. So it almost seems like they're coming up with the theory that there was a stacking effect, you know, just a series of unfortunate events.
Dude, I was already, you know what I mean? This was already kind of in line with my thoughts and whatnot. And
Right.
I'm gonna say what I guess something I say a handful of times in these episodes. I'll subscribe to that theory.
I subscribe. So far, so good. And it only seems to get stronger from here, at least for the time being. But, you know, users of DMSO have said that it does in fact taste like garlic. And it would have caused that, you know, sheen on her skin with that unique smell. So if she did have that gel on her torso, there you go.
It's all adding up for me.
Yeah, and Livermore Labs theorized that when the oxygen administered so like obviously the hospital gave her oxygen for breathing, etc. They gave you pure oxygen, not like in the air, which is mostly nitrogen. They administered that oxygen. It could have mixed with the present DMSO on her body. And on her skin, and with her blockage in her kidneys, and ultimately oversaturated the chemical and brought it to a higher level. So in order to test that, to test maybe, hey, did this excess of oxygen change it? Was there an interaction here? They tested it by combining oxygen once again with this DMSO, And yeah, it formed DMSO2 and formed it in crystalline form. And those could have been the particles that were found in the blood. So far, so good, right? They're actually doing tests.
Yeah.
But at this point, this is where the wrinkle kind of starts to come in, because they start theorizing beyond this. They started theorizing that perhaps not only was the oxygen getting involved, but the defibrillator was adding to the reaction in some way. They didn't test this part. This is just theory, but they said that maybe by getting the defibrillator involved, it could have reacted even further with the sulfate already present and created DMSO4 instead of DMSO2. Now, DMSO4 is extremely toxic, and if it was present, it could have been the thing that caused all the symptoms from the hospital staff. It has symptoms like paralysis, convulsions, organ damage, and delirium. But unfortunately, this is where the lab comes forward and says, this is just theory. We didn't test this part. And that's what makes some people waffle just a little bit on this particular theory. But I believe that this is the most likely theory. I think that this gets the closest to answering everything.
Yeah, this theory holds the most weight for me, to be honest. I don't know. It's got a lot of like what I would want to see. I don't know, in a theory, right? Where it's just like they kind of tested things out. There's some science behind it. They're trying to reenact certain aspects of it. A lot of stuff we don't usually get during this podcast, which is nice.
Yeah, all the testing, all the overlapping and figuring out of things, or confirming of things. I really like that part, which honestly kind of makes the mystery even more enticing, just because they did do so much legwork to try to figure things out. But
yeah,
in closing on this theory, the lab is saying, hey, someone, I don't know why not them, but they said, hey, someone should look into this last part. Many scientists ultimately say that, hey, this is impossible. Some say, hey, this is the most likely situation that happened here. But the final thing worth noting regarding this particular theory is that Gloria Ramirez's family themselves actually denies that she was using DMSO. So that's the biggest wrinkle here, is that if DMSO is not involved in any way, it really, really undoes this whole theory.
Interesting.
But I don't know what medication my mom's taking. I don't know what lotions my dad's smothering on himself. Like,
yeah, right. Like,
so there's room here. But that said, there are other theories here that do kind of get close to me.
I mean, also, like, family members, they're very close to this person. Maybe there are some legal issues there if, that they didn't disclose that she was taking certain medications, and a lot of people got sick and they don't want to put this on their loved one.
Right.
I know that could come into play.
Yeah, don't sue the Ramirez family just because, Gloria's DMSO got everyone sick. Yeah, no, I can see that.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, that concludes the DMSO theory, and a little bit of a chemistry aside there. But two more theories here that I think get at least close to the level of interest that this one brings. Maybe not all the way there, though. The next theory is that methylamine was in play. Some folks theorize that because Riverside County had a lot of drug trafficking, that Ramirez might have overdosed on methylamine. And to provide more detail before I go any further on the drug trafficking piece here, it is worth noting that Riverside County is America's largest drug trafficking distribution center. In fact, it was also the site of the largest meth bust in U.S. history.
So this is, oh man. See, now we're adding more weight to the whole, like, something nefarious is happening. Something sinister is going down.
Yeah, maybe some doctors out here, something on the side, little business.
That's not crazy. It's not crazy at all.
And methylamine is, in fact, a precursor to methamphetamines, which is obviously a drug. It's meth. It has an ammonia smell, and Livermore labs that we discussed earlier also found a lot of nicotinamide in Ramirez's blood, and I won't pretend to know what that is, but it's a form of vitamin B3, as my notes say here. It's a dietary supplement. Ultimately, when combined with meth, if that's what was going on here, can create a sense of euphoria, but it's something odd that she would have been taking if she was taking it. Again, this is all theory, but a man by the name of Brian Andresen, who was then director of the Forensic Science Center at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, said that it was an unusual compound for someone as sick as Ramirez to take. that this is likely not something that she was ingesting or probably involved with, which is where the theory really starts to expand and get a little bit more conspiratorial, but in a believable way, in my opinion.
Okay.
And it's not so much on Ramirez's side that this methylamine was in play, but in fact on the hospital's side or some of the staff members' side, that there was some situation where the staff was involved in the drug smuggling.
What?
Yeah, like by sneaking methylamine in via IV bags, so that way, they could either sell it or so meth could be cooked, I guess, at the hospital, or I don't really know that far. But the idea here is that methylamine could answer a lot of the question marks in play here, especially if it was in fact in an IV bag when being smuggled, and a nurse that was none the wiser grabbed this IV bag in order to, thinking it was saline or something else, and it started to inject into Ramirez's body. That would really start to answer why, when they pulled a blood sample, that it smelled of ammonia. It could answer why maybe there was particulates in her blood that didn't belong there. And it really, obviously, could have exacerbated the issues that she was already facing on the way in. So that's it's a relatively shallow theory, but to me, especially in the early 90s, especially with this area having issues with trafficking, it's a possibility, I will say.
It's not far-fetched, right?
It's not far-fetched.
You can kind of dig into this a little bit. You can kind of lean into it, going, okay, if this is something that was happening in the area, this is a known thing, obviously, people who work in the medical profession have access to these things.
Right.
This isn't crazy.
It's not out of the question.
It's not aliens, okay?
Maybe a doctor was trying to get a hustle on the side with a little alien greeting friend who was selling him some methylamine from Mars.
Now you're just tying it all together. The alien is what?
He's the mastermind behind all of this, man. There's a possibility here. It's interesting. Again, it approaches the level of realism that the previous theory does, but I don't think... Again, I don't know if the family is lying or not. I subscribe to the DMSO thing so far. It does feel like the strongest theory to lean on.
I agree.
But that's where I kind of come to the last theory, where Welch and Gorchinsky had that lawsuit, and in just one sentence there, just one fact about that lawsuit, saying that they had experienced strange smells before as medical staff. That's where, you start to question, hey, is there something going on at the hospital that isn't up to code? Whether it's accidental or negligence or an oversight, is there something happening that, exacerbated, again, Ramirez's condition?
Yeah, because this is previously reported. This isn't something that this whole incident happened and then people are like, well, I've been smelling weird stuff for weeks.
Yeah. But Ramirez's family believes that if Gloria had not been at that specific emergency room, she would not have died because of the Riverside General Hospital's unsafe conditions. So specifically in their quote, they say, in that emergency room at that hospital. Now, of course, it might be more of an emotional reaction, but if you go back a few years, in 1991, hospital staff were actually exposed to a toxic gas. And then in 1993, I think that's just a year prior, sewer gas was found in the emergency room during an inspection.
Oh, God.
So, there starts to be a bit of a history here with, with things that shouldn't be in an ER.
Yeah.
Let alone gases and toxicities and,
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe I'm completely off base with this, but I would like to, I believe that, the hospitals are very well funded. They have a lot of money, make a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So for something like that, something that's so absurd to be out of code is wild. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like someone's scraping off the top, cutting budgets, pocketing it.
Scraping off the top, getting a little bit of icing for themselves.
The aliens come all the way to Riverside, California,
again.
just to scrape off the top, man. Get the heck out of here. Go steal from the Martians.
You have reached a point where you are hell bent on just bringing aliens into everything now. They're running the damn hospital.
It wasn't me. This was a theory.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's substantial.
You're giving this theory way too much weight.
Absolutely. But what's also interesting here is that Dan Cupido, the deputy coroner who initially examined her body, said that her death was not of natural causes, only to later change his mind. And that's where I believe it came down to it being kidney failure. But yeah, initially, they're saying this wasn't natural. This wasn't an expiration of, the human organs due to illness to here. But he didn't really expand upon that. One other person investigating Gloria's death, Stephanie Albright, ended her life 1 month after starting the investigation, unfortunately, and believed by Cupido to be under a lot of pressure. And so why would there be this pressure in place if there wasn't something more nefarious going on?
Some bad things.
It really just starts to raise some questions as to the ongoings of this hospital, the administration here. Not so much the nurses or doctors, the people in the boots on the ground, but, the staff that's running this place. If there's enough pressure coming from this case to drive one to end their own life, it's really makes you wonder what really is happening here.
Yeah, like who's running this and what are their like priorities?
Yeah. And on top of that, we've referenced now several times this syringe, this blood sample that had these manila colored particles floating around it. And in the back of my mind, I'm always going, well, where is that? Why can't we compare these crystals that this lab made and the colors there to the sample and the colors of those crystals? Well, conveniently, this syringe was thrown out. You would throw away syringes as a biohazard, but you have this blood sample. Where did that go? And why can't we dig that up to, so much was done cleanly here, as you had touched on. So much was done right, it feels like, that I feel like we should have some sort of answer, especially if we have a blood sample, for goodness sake. But no, it's a MIA. Well, ultimately, the Ramirez family does believe that the county is trying to cover up, the unsafe conditions at this hospital for protection of themselves or protection of the hospital from being closed down, whether it was for the greater good or for a monetary standpoint or someone being in someone's pockets. I don't know. But the family firmly believes that there is something else happening here and that it's being covered up. And that is the origin of the mystery. Is that the truth was just hidden. Yeah. And so we have enough of the truth to go, hey, what's going on here? But not enough to go, it's this. Maggie Ramirez, actually, Gloria's sister, said, quote, "I don't know what the county is afraid of, but we want answers." And I don't blame her.
No, not at all. I would as well. It just seems like there's so many like little, I don't know, man, it's crazy how like this went from being something to me I was like, this is so solid, you know what I mean? Everyone's investigating things and like they're taking all the proper procedures and whatnot, and and now we have all these like weird little cracks.
Yep.
Like, why didn't you do this? Or why did this step fall through?
It's
crazy how they could just change like that.
Yeah. And it really, this point in particular actually really shines a different light on the idea that the family is denying that she was doing or taking or using some sort of DMSO supplement or gel or something like that. And, now you have two parties, one saying, no, here's the solution, it's this, or theoretically could be. And then you have the other party, being the family, saying, hold on a second, no, she never used that. So what's going on? We want answers. That's not the answer. What's happened here? And ultimately, they did sue the hospital for malpractice. Though I'm not exactly sure, Christian, maybe we know off the notes, but I don't know how that resulted.
We do. In 1998, Riverside County agreed to settle for $350,000.
Years later, for the low price of life, $350,000. It feels like maybe there's a combination of things going on here. As I always like to do, I feel like after reading a couple different strong theories, it always feels like you can kind of connect them in a way. The DMSO thing really does feel like a strong theory, but if you take the family's word for it, and I'm inclined to do so, it doesn't feel right, especially if they're saying, no, she wasn't doing anything like that. She wasn't having a gel like that. Right. It's not like it's a drug or anything, but it was just a home remedy as an anti-inflammatory. So it's not like there's anything wrong with it. But, if they're vehemently saying, nah, that's not it, then, my eyebrows raise a little bit.
This got really sketch real fast at the end out of nowhere.
Yeah, man. Whew. This just reminds me, I need to get a primary care physician. I need to have a doctor I know and trust. so I don't roll up into a room,
Yeah.
get stuck with a couple things, and wind up, a garlic pile, of mystery.
Yeah, wouldn't want to be that.
But this was really, really interesting. As I'd mentioned, I'd heard this case before, but never really dove into all the details of the theories. And it's just, again, as always, it's always so frustrating just how close you feel like you're getting to somewhere.
Right.
Before just kind of ending with a question mark.
Oh, man. Why do we do this to ourselves?
Oh,
It's
man.
fun,
Well, the
though.
task force, we close another case, unfortunately remaining unsolved. But yeah, if you guys enjoy this, make sure to hit us up on iTunes, review us if you will, that 5-star system. We appreciate it. If you listen on Spotify or anywhere else, you can always just share by way of sharing with a friend who you think is interested in unsolved mysteries.
Please do.
This is the best way to help our show out. We also have merch at store.roosterteeth.com with more to come. You guys have really been loving the task force stuff. I've been working with our merch team as well as Fredo to figure out what the task force badge is going to look like. We want to get some sort of red web investigator package going on. But yeah, the show's just moving on into its second year.
Right.
I mean, not like we've been around for a year, but it's like, the next year. It's 2021 now. A new horizon of mysteries.
I'm looking forward to it.
We will see you all next Monday at this time, nice and early, 3 a.m., 2 a.m., what is it? On Monday for another mystery. I'll see you then. Are you a fan of video games, social deception, and reality shows? Introducing Survive Block Island, a reality competition show set in the world of Minecraft. I'm Trevor Collins, and I'll be hosting 12 of the greatest minds in video game entertainment as they compete in perilous challenges designed to test their skills and friendships, and maybe their internet connections. Competitors will face challenges and eliminations. Winners will be granted safety, while weaker links will be voted off one by one. Ultimately, only one person will survive Block Island. Watch Survive Block Island, available now by going to bit.ly/surviveblockisland.
Today's last podcast on the left is brought to you by The Bones of You by Debbie Howells. Girls like Rosie aren't supposed to get murdered, but she does. And her mysterious death sends ripples throughout a quiet village in England. Just who was responsible for this horrific crime? And will it happen again? Unravel the truth of what happened to Rosie in The Bones of You, a psychological thriller from internationally best-selling author Debbie Howells. The Bones of You is now available in paperback everywhere books are sold. For more information on Debbie Howells, including her upcoming new release, The Beauty of the End, visit www.debbiehowells.com.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
It's hot outside.
It's hot outside.
It's hot outside.
Porn bloopers, huh?
We're just going to start the show. Welcome to the last podcast on the left. I am Ben Kissel. That's Marcus Parks. Can we let him talk, Henry Zabrowski?
Yes, of course you could let me talk. This is his free speech zone. Here. That's how I announce my free speech zone, is I bring an air horn with me, and I just I blast it until people leave me alone within a half square mile.
Oh, I see. Free speech zone means you can't let anybody else. You don't want to hear anybody else.
Absolutely. I have to keep it at a decibel level at which I cannot hear lies.
Yeah, I will say the worst place to tell your girlfriend that you love her for the first time is a rap concert, because they're always blowing that damn blowhorn. I love you. What's that, honey? I love you. All right. Well, speaking of the complete absence of love, we're on to the Hillside Stranglers Part 2. My God, it gets gruesome.
Yes. At the beginning of every one of these heavy hitters, I like to really sit and think about, why do these serial killers actually become serial killers? There's a lot of, there's a core reason for a lot of people. Like Ted Bundy was a monster, right? He hated seeing like nice things. He also was a bit of a latent Republican. Oh, I'm gonna look at Mr. Kissel over there. Yeah. But I would say he fueled a lot of hatred and stuff, right? John Wayne Gacy was hated gays. His father made him hate homosexuals. But John Wayne Gacy himself was so gay, he wanted a semen color, like fucking scented candle. He wanted to just have a semen covered rag and put it up his nose while he was at work all day.
And if you do want to know what a semen-scented candle smells like, just go into any 13-year-old boy's bedroom. That's pretty much exactly what it'll smell like.
John Wayne Gacy was so gay, he wanted to dress as a Jamaican maid. Kind of gay. You know what I mean? With like,
I don't know.
I have no idea what you mean.
That is not even a stereotype. Out of all the stereotypes gays have had to overcome, you just put Jamaican maid dressers in there.
Oh, got to tie them up. I got the titty sweat on my belly. And so he was fighting that, right? Where did these guys come from? Like, except for this, I think this is one of the first cases truly where you could see somebody like Bono literally had like serial killer trading cards, where he was really a guy grew up with knowing that he wanted to literally be a rapist when he grew up. And Bianchi, I think at some point made the active decision of being like, I think I could be a pretty good serial killer.
Well, without Bianchi, Bono couldn't kill. And without Bono, Bianchi couldn't get away with it.
Yeah. So you think that's what it is? You think that Bono had the street smarts that allowed the thing to go for it? I guess we find that later on when Bianchi makes his move to Seattle, like Fraser Crane does after Cheers.
Yeah, when Bianchi got the big radio deal. That's right.
Yeah, exactly. Like these two guys, like they on their own, I don't think would have killed. I think that when Bono got together with Bianchi finally had somebody to push him into it. I don't think Bianchi had it in him, because what you see with a lot of serial killers is they have something that pushes them into it. For example, John Wayne Gacy, when he accidentally murdered that boy who was just trying to make him breakfast.
He kind of wanted to murder the boy a little bit, though.
He kind of wanted to murder the boy a little bit because they have that in him. But he got pushed into it by himself, but he still got pushed into it. And then once he did it, he found he liked it, and it escalated from there. I think that this is a rare case in which you have an actual human being pushing that serial killer to murder. And then once they murder, they love it, and they want to do it more.
Well, you look what Klay Thompson and Steph Curry are doing right now with the Golden State Warriors, the way they make themselves rise above.
Yeah.
Also, you got to almost... I'm not going to say be jealous. Openness of their relationship that they could tell each other's their innermost fantasies.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
most straight couples, any romantic couple has a hard time expressing what it is they really want to each other. But these guys just come out and say it.
Isn't that nice?
What confidence without a safety net. Love should be lived in a life without a safety net.
That's a good point.
Well, what it was is that it was a definite escalation. I don't think they ever actually were sitting there one day. It's like, why don't we start killing some broads? I don't think it got to that. It started with them pimping. They started pimping, and they started treating women how they pretty much always thought that they should be treated. They, of course, had that control over them. And then once the trick list was sold to them, they finally had an excuse. That anger had been building up in them for so long, because that's the thing about Bianchi and Bono. They were power control killers. And it started off with controlling these women as pimps. And then finally, once they had an excuse to actually murder a woman, they, of course, like they said, okay, she sold us this trick list, let's kill the bitch.
Now we can. It's a list of people who are the tricks.
No. We covered it last episode. The trick list. What it was is that, remember, it was supposed to be a list of people that wanted call girls to come to them, but in reality, it was a list of people that like to eat out.
Yeah, I remember
that. That's what I'm saying. They're people.
And also it said stuff like walk the dog, around the world, jump rope, the scatterbrain mammogram. Have you seen that yo-yo trick?
No.
It is dangerous to do if your breasts are not covered with a sort of Kevlar.
Yes, that's good.
But that's what that was. So they finally had that excuse to kill. And then once they killed, they didn't need the excuse anymore. Because these guys, like I said, they were power control killers. They're highly organized, and all of their pleasure comes from the capturing, torture, and eventual murder of their victims. And control is a huge part of these guys' process. And as the control begins with the victims, it begins before they even know that they're in danger. Say for 2 victims, the stranglers, their whole thing is they like to trick people. They like to trick these women. They like to demonstrate their mental superiority first, and then they demonstrate their physical superiority over them.
It's also ease of the crime, right? It's a part of tricking them is getting them into the car without incident. It's without having a struggle, because a struggle out on the street is where you're going to get a bunch of people watching 2 men dragging a woman into a car that's going to freak out the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
But also in the way they killed them that we'll go into too, that it exhibits their need for control. It's very similar to BTK.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow together, it's like, because Bianchi's kind of like a Bundy and Bono is kind of like a Carl Panzram. He was just like a general, like, if the world had a throat, I want to put my hands around it kind of guy. And together they make like a BTK meets Jordan meets the other guy.
Are you giving
Scottie
me
Pippen?
Yeah, you're giving me the elevator pitch for your new screenplay.
Yes.
Is that the deal? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I think these guys do come together to make a BTK, just without all the weird fetish stuff that BTK was super into. They didn't do as many selfies as BTK did.
Yeah.
BTK liked art.
Ugh, disgusting.
So from the very beginning, the LAPD knew that they were dealing with 2 perpetrators. The first victim, Yolanda Washington, had marks on her arms and legs that indicated that 2 men had moved her from the crime scene itself to a second location. Furthermore, 2 different types of semen were found, with one type belonging to a man known as a non-secretor.
Yeah, that's why I kept seeing the term non-secretor. What does it mean?
A non-secretor means that they can't tell the blood type of the perpetrator just from the man's semen alone, just from his bodily fluids. Usually you can test semen, like, all right, this guy's type A, type B, but with a non-secretor, they are still virile.